Chapter 862. The shaking was very violent, as if they were on a ship sailing in a storm. Their footing was unstable, and their bodies swayed uncontrollably. Of course, this was for ordinary people. Say Ito, who had psychokinesis, was not afraid of this level of shaking at all. He directly used psychokinesis to envelop himself, Inticus, and Iceflower beside him. He hovered the two of them 7 to 8 centimeters above the ground, quietly observing the changes in the underground street. In this violent shaking, numerous dust particles scattered down from the cement planks of the ceiling. At the same time, the fluorescent lamps in the underground street flickered twice in the violent shaking before extinguishing together with the other lighting facilities, causing the entire underground street to fall into darkness at once. But after a few seconds, the emergency lights in the underground street automatically lit up, emitting a hazy red light, providing some light in the dark underground street. At this time, a low and dull sound was heard. The blazing white light in the elevator not far from Sei Ito gradually disappeared. Obviously, the guards had put down the isolation wall earlier than scheduled. Otherwise, the natural light wouldn't have disappeared in the shaking. The walls of Academy City were very thick, at least 30 centimeters thick, made entirely out of steel alloy. This was meant to be used in the event of a flood or war, as well as to resist external bombardment. But with the early lowering of the isolation wall, the crowd that had not completely escaped the underground street was forcibly cut off and trapped in the dark underground street. Humans were creatures that yearned for light. In this dark space accompanied by violent shaking, the fear in the hearts of humans was immediately magnified, causing the students trapped in the underground street to fall into a frenzy, desperately slamming the alloy wall in front of them. Come, the banquet has begun. Scream as much as you want in this muddy tomb covered in dirt and stone. At this time, the female voice that had just disappeared reverberated throughout the underground street. As soon as the voice fell, an even more violent shaking than before appeared in the underground street again. But none of this had anything to do with Sei Ito. He was very sure that under the protection of the psychokinesis shield, even if the entire underground street collapsed, he, Inticus, and Iceflower would not be in any danger. So, Sei Ito had no intention of escaping at all. He remained where he was, waiting for Shirley Cromwell's next attack, or some other situation. But passively taking a beating was not what Sei Ito wanted. He turned to Inticus and asked, "Inticus, can you track down where that person is?" No, the opponent is using Kabbalah's mud eyeball. This technique can be used to go anywhere by the existence of mud and maintain magic power in another way. So we can't find the opponent's location with this broken eyeball. Inticus shook his head and said, "Is that so? Looks like we can only use the old method to slowly search." Sei Ito sighed softly. After that, Sei Ito used psychokinesis to envelop himself, Inticus, and Iceflower, and floated into the depths of the dark underground street to search for Shirley Cromwell's whereabouts. The movement speed of psychokinesis was so fast that it was not something that a human's running speed could compare to, so it did not take long. Ito Seiji walked through the sub-underground street and entered the main street. Then he continued to search along the main street into the depths of the underground street. At this time, the underground was dark and quiet. Sei Ito, Inticus, and Inticus were like helpless people trapped on an isolated island. They could not help but feel a sense of retreat and fear from the bottom of their hearts. However, whether it was a young girl like Inticus who had preserved 103,000 books of magic and had been hunted down countless times by magicians, or Sei Ito who had been through many worlds and experienced all kinds of things, or Inticus who was born in the school of imaginary mathematics, they had been living in loneliness since birth. Iceflower, who had no one to communicate with, was not an ordinary person. Naturally, they would not be affected by such a small situation. They continued their search without any hesitation. Tat, 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 tat. After walking for an unknown distance, a series of faint gunshots echoed in the empty underground street. There, Sei Ito's heart skipped a beat. He activated the psychokinesis and carried the three of them at high speed in the direction of the gunshots. With the help of psychokinesis, the three of them quickly arrived at the origin of the gunshots. In an instant, more than a dozen security guards in dark blue uniforms with black bulletproof vests and helmets came into the sight of Ito, Inticus, and Iceflower. They blocked the front with large black explosion-proof shields. The security guards extended their muzzles through the gaps between the explosion-proof shields and aimed at the depths of the tunnel, where Shirley Cromwell was slowly walking forward with a stone golem in front of her. However, the giant stone golem summoned by Shirley Cromwell was not a simple stone golem. Instead, it had the magical attribute of automatically regenerating by absorbing the surrounding metal, soil, and other things. It was not something that could be destroyed by simple modern firearms. Moreover, the stone golem itself was very hard. When the bullets hit its body, they could only produce streaks of dark yellow sparks that ricocheted off the surface of its body. That was to say, it was impossible to cause any damage to Shirley Cromwell's boulder golem unless one used a heavy weapon to attack it directly. However, in such a narrow environment, the security guards, who were only equipped with automatic rifles, went to look for heavy weapons. Even if they found heavy weapons, they would not dare to use them recklessly. What if they blew up their own people before hurting the enemy? In addition, and most importantly, although these guards were called guards, they had only received simple police training and were not regular soldiers in the traditional sense. In their bones, they were still teachers of various schools. The only reason they stayed here bravely to fight against the enemy was because of the thought of protecting the students in their hearts. They were the best of the best. Under such a simple gun attack, the stone golem, which was completely unharmed, finally moved to the front of the security guards. Shirley Cromwell, who was standing behind it, quickly wrote a series of English characters on the wall with chalk in her hand. The stone golem immediately raised its thick arm as if it had received some kind of order and smashed down on the security guards below. "Close your eyes," Ito hurriedly said when he saw the situation. At the same time, he stretched out his hands in front of Index and Icebreaker. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud noise. Several of the security guards who resisted with pistols were immediately killed and injured under the stone golem's attack. A large amount of blood and broken limbs covered the entire area where the security guards were located under Ito's gaze. At this point, these security guards had completely lost the ability to fight against Shirley Cromwell. "You two step aside first. I'll deal with this guy," Ito said. After that, without giving Index and Icebreaker a chance to respond, he directly sent the two of them into the dark passage behind him with psychokinesis. After that, Ito, who had temporarily sent the two of them away, stomped his foot, turned into a black shadow, and rushed out from among the security guards who had suffered heavy casualties. He came in front of the stone golem, in front of Shirley Cromwell, and kicked it in the abdomen. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud noise. An irregular dent with a diameter of nearly 1 meter appeared on the upper body of the stone golem under Ito's kick, and the stone golem was kicked back a short distance. "Alice!" Shirley Cromwell, whose arm was rapidly writing English on the wall, yelled. Puppet Alice opened her mouth and roared silently. The dent on the upper body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a pair of thick arms were raised high and slammed down heavily on Ito in front of her. Seeing this, Ito tapped his toes and leaped back. Boom! Just as he retreated, Puppet Alice's two fists hit the ground in unison. A violent shock immediately accompanied by a loud noise reverberating in the underground street rushed towards Ito and the security guards behind him. Ito, who had just steadied himself, stretched his arms forward and unfolded a psychokinesis barrier that separated the entire underground street, blocking the shock wave that approached him. As for the shock wave that came with the shock wave, Ito had no idea what to do. He could only hope that the injured security guards were lucky enough not to die in the shock wave. Fortunately, the security guards were equipped with strong shock absorption capabilities, so there was no need to worry about the injured people dying in the shock wave. Seeing that the shock wave had passed, Ito immediately retracted the psychokinesis barrier in front of him. He transformed his psychokinesis into invisible tentacles that grabbed the equipment fragments that were shattered by the giant stone golem's attack and controlled them to shoot toward Puppet Alice. Although Puppet Alice had no intelligence, it had Shirley Cromwell as its controller. So, the moment those fragments flew toward it, Puppet Alice's body suddenly expanded and filled the entire underground street that was wide enough for 4 cars to drive side by side. It was like a wall that blocked the fragments that might have hit Shirley Cromwell through the gaps. Ding ding dang dang dang. Soon, a series of crisp, knocking sounds echoed in the quiet tunnel. Seeing this, Seito raised his eyebrows. He once again charged toward Puppet Alice, and then jumped in front of Puppet Alice's head like a grasshopper. He turned around and kicked Puppet Alice's head hard. Under Seito's psychokinesis-enhanced kick, a crescent-shaped depression appeared on Puppet Alice's head. But Seito did not stop there. His feet stopped in the air as if he was standing on solid ground. He twisted his body again and kicked the crescent-shaped depression that had not yet recovered. Chapter 863. After 2 consecutive kicks, 1/3 of Alice's head completely disappeared, leaving a horizontal U-shaped gap. Damn it, go to hell. Looking at Seito through the gap in Alice's head, Shirley Cromwell roared. She then quickly wrote a series of English words on the wall with the chalk in her hand. Just as the tip of Shirley Cromwell's pen paused, a loud bang reverberated in the quiet underground street. At this time, a large cloud of gray dust drifted out from Alice's head, enveloping Seito, who was in front of Alice's head. I forgot that your puppet can self-destruct, Seito, who was wrapped in a layer of telekinetic shield, said faintly in the gradually dispersing smoke and dust. Then, without waiting for Shirley Cromwell to answer, he immediately waved his arm to create several pale, white, transparent wind blades, which flew towards Shirley Cromwell through the huge gap in Alice's head that had not yet recovered. Like most of the traditional magicians, Shirley Cromwell did not practice close combat skills, so when the wind blades flew over, she could only dodge in a panic. But even if Shirley Cromwell dodged in time, the several wind blades still cut several holes in the black dress she was wearing, revealing the dark brown skin wrapped in the dress. Fortunately, the underground passage was dimly lit at this time, and it was basically impossible to see a figure a few meters away, so no one would pay attention to Shirley Cromwell's exposed skin. Although no one was watching, Shirley Cromwell's heart was full of displeasure. Almost instinctively, she picked up the chalk and wrote something on the wall. The next moment, there were several crackling sounds, and the ceiling above, Seito, suddenly broke from the middle. It fell towards Seito's body. At the same time, the giant stone puppet that had only lost its head, but not its life, also waved its huge stone palms, slapping towards Seito's body from both sides. Seeing this, Seito moved his body, and like Superman, he flew past the half-recovered giant stone puppet's head that still had many gaps. He dodged the attacks from above, left, and right by a hair's breadth and rushed to Shirley Cromwell's side. As her face changed slightly, he waved his hand and chopped her neck, knocking her out. Perhaps knowing what would happen to her, Shirley Cromwell gave the puppet Alice an automatic control order while she was unconscious. So, even though Shirley Cromwell was knocked out by Ito's say, she was still able to control the puppet. The giant stone puppet still did not dissipate and was still moving in its original shape. Seito, who was holding Shirley Cromwell with one hand, looked at the puppet Alice and frowned slightly. He began to recall the specific introduction of this Kabbalah spell in the original work. This spell was a modified version of the original Kabbalah spell combined with the British Puritanism. The language system was changed from Hebrew to English, and with the added meaning of the cross-sex idolatry, it gave the stone giant an incomplete angelic characteristic. It had the characteristics of being powerful and indestructible. So, there were only 2 ways to destroy the giant stone puppet. One was to erase the control runes that existed inside the puppet, and the other was to destroy more than 90% of the giant stone puppet's body in 2 seconds. There was no other way. In terms of methods, The first was undoubtedly the simplest. But how difficult was it to accurately find the control runes that existed inside the puppet? At the very least, one had to know the principle of this spell and the spellcaster's casting habits clearly, or be like Inticus, who was proficient in magic spells and could directly reverse the calculation to find the location of the runes. At the very least, say Ito did not possess these 2 points for the time being. So, after much thought, say Ito could only explode with his own power and destroy more than 90% of the giant stone puppet's body in an instant. Thinking of this, say Ito did not hesitate. He directly used psychokinesis to gently place Shirley Cromwell in his arms on the ground. Then, using psychokinesis, he pushed the air in front of him to form convection, generating wind and building a high-speed vortex, forcibly gathering the gaps of the entire underground street. Under the control of psychokinesis, a pale white cyclone visible to the naked eye appeared in front of Seito. Fortunately, no one was controlling it. The giant stone puppet that had entered automatic mode only had the pure instinct to destroy. It would not actively seek out any targets, which gave Seito enough time to prepare a big move, and the injured guards had time to retreat, allowing both sides to do their own things in an orderly manner. But compared to the trouble of the guards retreating, it was simply gathering the atmosphere. Seito, who compressed and created the ionized body, was much faster. In just over 20 seconds, a cluster of constantly changing shapes, emitting a bright purple glow, like a liquid, appeared in front of Seito. He then used psychokinesis to push it onto the body of the giant stone puppet that was destroying the underground street. The moment the bright purple ionized body touched the body of the giant stone puppet, a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire underground street where Seito was, forcing Seito to raise his arms to shield his eyes from the strong light. Then, after 3 to 4 seconds of silence, there was a sudden explosion. A powerful shockwave instantly spread out in all directions with the stone golem as the center. The resulting strong wind caused the guards who had not retreated to be pushed back by a huge wave. They were sent tumbling back into the distance. A large number of buildings and weapons were also sent flying by the shockwave like cannonballs. Seeing this, Seito immediately unfolded a psychokinesis barrier in front of him, blocking all the things that flew in front of him. Some flew along the outer arc of the barrier and flew away from Seito. Fortunately, the shock wave came and went quickly. It only lasted for 4 to 5 seconds before it returned to normal. At the same time, the dazzling light also disappeared at this time, exposing the situation where the giant stone puppet stood. There is no trace of Alice where the stone golem used to be. Only 2 semicircular depressions, one above and one below, were left on the ground and the other on the ceiling. Both of them shone with a faint, crystalline light. Phew, finally done. Seito saw this and sighed softly. Then, he used his psychokinesis to wrap Shirley Cromwell behind him and carried her behind him. He walked slowly in the direction of Index and Icebreaker. A few minutes later, at a place about 10 meters away from where Inticus and Wind/Iceflower were originally placed, Idose finally met up with Inticus and Wind/Iceflower, who had some dirt on their faces and bodies. At the same time, there were also reinforcements who were called over by the guards who were injured during the battle. The leader of the reinforcements was none other than the head teacher of a class and the physical education teacher of all ages in a high school where Idose studied. Yasukawa. I remember you're the naughty boy in Ms. Moon's class. Eiki Yosanzawa frowned when she saw Seito. Yes. Seito nodded and admitted. I didn't know your ability was so powerful. If Ms. Moon knew, she would be very happy. Eiki Yosanzawa's brows relaxed, and she laughed heartily. In response to Eiki Yosanzawa's praise, Seito smiled slightly. He was not modest, nor did he show any arrogance. He was very calm. Well, give the woman behind you to us, then take your friend and leave here quickly. Eiki Yosanzawa, who saw Seito's performance, secretly praised him and looked at Shirley Cromwell. Okay, knowing that even if Shirley Cromwell was handed over to Eiki Yosanzawa, they wouldn't be able to keep her for long. She would soon be taken over by the upper echelons of Academy City, especially by the big boss with the same name as the 3D Baldy Alesta Crowley, Alistair, who would use other reasons to hand her over to the double spy Tachimikato Motoharu to deal with the aftermath. Therefore, Sei Ito readily agreed. Without needing Eikiyo Sanzawa's order, 2 guards on both sides came forward and carried the unconscious Shirley Cromwell onto a stretcher and transported her to the temporary prison of the guard department. Then, Sei Ito bid farewell to Eikiyo Sanzawa, and under the guidance of a guard, he took Index and Icebreaker away from the underground street that was once again closed and returned to the surface. That was really thrilling. As compensation, let's go eat a big meal. Index, who often found all kinds of reasons to ask Sei Ito to take him to a big meal, suggested, "You seem to have been placed in the rear, right? What's so thrilling about it?" Ito-sei said grumpily, "Who said I didn't?" Index stared at Sei Ito angrily, then pointed at the dirt on his face and body and said, "Look, these are all proof that I've just experienced a dangerous situation. How can it not be thrilling?" Yes, it's thrilling even if I just touch my face with some dirt," Sei Ito continued. "Ah-chung, are you doubting the honesty of a nun?" Index stopped and questioned Sei Ito. "How is that possible?" Sei Ito said in surprise, then changed the topic and continued. "But to prove whether or not you've experienced a thrilling incident, let's ask the other person involved, Icebreaker." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Icebreaker, who had been treating herself as an outsider. Win/Binghua, who was suddenly dragged into the dispute between Ito-sei and Inticus, was at a loss. He looked at Inticus and Ito-sei, not knowing what to do. "Ah-chung, is it fun to bully girls?" Index looked at Sei Ito again and said loudly, I'm not." Sei Ito retorted, "Then why does Icebreaker look like she's about to cry? So it must be your fault. But if you can take me and Binghua out for a feast, we will be very forgiving of you," Inticus said, twisting his words and forcing logic. "Binghua, this is—" Inticus hurriedly asked. "Yes, it's a bit troublesome." Iceflower raised her head and wiped the tears off her face as she explained to Inticus with a blissful smile, "My body is like a lump formed by superpower, so no matter how hard I try, I can only remain in an unstable state, and I can never exist." "Then you?" Inticus asked hesitantly. "Don't worry, I won't be destroyed so quickly. I have the power of 3 million people in my body, and my lifespan is dozens of times longer than yours." Iceflower comforted Inticus with a smile, knowing what Inticus wanted to ask. At this time, the dispersing process had already devoured the lower half of Iceflower body, and it was moving towards the upper half of her body. "It's about time for me to go back," Iceflower said. Hearing Iceflower words, Inticus's face immediately showed an expression that looked like she was about to cry. She looked like a helpless child about to be abandoned. Don't worry. Even if my body disappears, I'm not dead. You can only see me, but you can't touch me. Even if you can't feel me, I'll always be by your side," Iceflower said to Inticus with a gentle smile. Hearing Iceflower words, Inticus suddenly felt uneasy, as if he would never be able to see her again. Inticus hurriedly called out, "Iceflower." At this time, only Iceflower shoulder remained, and she looked at Inticus with a puzzled expression. "Tomorrow. We can go out and play together tomorrow, right?" Inticus asked softly, tears gradually accumulating in her eyes. "Of course," Iceflower answered with a smile. As soon as she said that, the fluorescent light that had been dispersing at a constant speed suddenly exploded, causing Iceflower to completely disappear before Inticus and Sei Ito's eyes. "Ah-chung." Inticus turned to Sei Ito and called out. Sei Ito was a little puzzled as he responded. Inticus did not say anything. Instead, under Sei Ito's puzzled gaze, she revealed the fangs in her mouth and bit down on Sei Ito's arm. "How unfortunate!" Feeling the immense pain from his arm, Seito could not help but imitate Shangtiao Toma's catchphrase, shaking his head and sighing helplessly. After waiting for Inticus to be satisfied, Seito brought Inticus back to his dorm. Just as Seito opened the dorm door and let Inticus in, his phone suddenly rang. Seito took out his phone from his pocket and looked at the caller ID displayed on the screen, Kinohita Sai. Looking at the name on the screen, Seito frowned slightly as he pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Before Seito could say anything, Kinohita Sai's anxious voice came from the phone. Super bad news. Big Sis Mujino is chasing after us. Super quick. Come and save us. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, a clear and violent explosion came from the phone. I got it. I'll be there right away, Seito quickly said and immediately hung up the phone. Standing at the door, he said to Inticus, who had already skillfully turned on the TV with the remote control. Inticus, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll have to leave for a bit. Oh, Inticus, whose attention was almost entirely focused on the super mobile girl Kamina that was playing on the TV, answered absent-mindedly. Seeing this, Seito did not say anything. He closed the door, turned on his phone, and called up the special signal sent back by the nanomachines hidden in Kinohita Sai's body. Then, he quickly rushed to the source of the signal. The other party was standing in Academy City. Ranked 4th was the atomic crasher, Mujino Shizuri. Seito naturally would not rush there in the normal way. Instead, he directly activated his psychokinesis and rushed to the source of the signal using the GPS on his phone. She really knows how to find the time. While rushing, Seito thought to himself unhappily. Under the effect of his psychokinesis, Kinohita Sai was in Academy City. Since Kinohita Sai was in School District 7, it didn't take long for Ito-sei to arrive at the scene of the incident. Boom! As soon as Seito appeared, a bright white beam of light brushed past his ear and hit the wall beside him. It left a twisted arc mark on the wall that seemed to have been melted by high temperature. Boss, you're finally here. Seeing Seito appear in front of her, Kinohita Sai let out a sigh of relief. Are you alone? Where's Frenda? Seito quickly asked. Frenda isn't with me. I'm super alone with Big Sis Mujino, Kinohita Sai replied. At this time, another bright white beam of light penetrated the wall beside Seito and Kinohita Sai and shot towards Kinohita Sai. When Ito Senari saw this, he immediately formed a telekinetic barrier in front of himself and Kinohita Sai, who was beside him. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion was heard. The telekinetic barrier that was hit by the bright white beam of light began to tremble slightly. What strong power! Looking at the trembling telekinetic barrier in front of him, Ito-sei sighed softly. Then, he opened his mouth and called out to Mujino Shizuri, who was slowly walking towards their hiding place. Yo, Shiri-chan, your welcome sure is warm. It makes me excited from the bottom of my heart. Who's there? Hearing Ito's voice, Mujino Shizuri subconsciously stopped and frowned. Be careful. I'll go meet Mujino Shizuri. Ito didn't immediately answer Mujino Shizuri's question. Instead, he first instructed Kinohita Sai before slowly walking out from behind the wall. He entered Mujino Shizuri's line of sight. On the opposite side of the street, there was a young girl who was about 165 meters tall. She was wearing white high-heeled boots, black knee socks, and a lavender silk short dress. Her dark red long hair, with wavy curls at the bottom, naturally draped over her shoulders and back. She had a ferocious smile on her face. She was also about 165 meters tall. She was also about 165 meters tall. She was wearing a pair of colorful sports pants. She was wearing a white short-sleeved sports t-shirt, and she had shoulder-length brown hair. She looked very listless. There was a distance between the two of them, one in front of the other, and the other behind the other. The two of them were the captain of the Black Ops prop team, Mujino Shizuri, along with her team member, Takitsubu Riku, who had a LV4 ability tracking. Who are you? Seeing Seito walk out, Mujino Shizuri frowned and asked again. Hey, Shinri-chan, you are really forgetful. Last time we talked on the phone very happily. We even said that we would find a time to go on a date and get a room together. How can you forget my voice now? Itose looked at Mujino Shizuri and said. Then, without waiting for Mujino Shizuri to speak, he looked past her and looked at Takitsubu Riku, who was standing behind her. He smiled and waved his hand. Hey Riku, how about it? Do you want to come over here? I'm looking forward to seeing you, Riku. Before Takitsubu Riku could react, Mujino Shizuri had already summoned 3 balls of light the size of tennis balls in front of her. It's you, you bastard, she yelled. At the same time, he fired disintegration beams at Itose. Seeing this, Ito didn't dodge at all. Instead, he activated a telekinetic barrier with a slight arc in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, 3 muffled sounds could be heard. The telekinetic barrier trembled slightly. The 3 consecutive disintegration beams grazed the arc of the telekinetic barrier and flew past Ito from both sides. They landed on the wall not far away, leaving behind a huge mark of destruction. Shiri-chan, this level of attack can't break through my defense. Ito seemed to be advising her out of goodwill, but he was actually provoking her. Hearing those provocative words, Mujino Shizuri couldn't believe it. She once again summoned another ball of light the size of a basketball. Then she activated her telekinesis and shot out a disintegration beam thinner than a soccer ball towards Ito. Knowing the might of the disintegration beam, Ito didn't dare to be careless. He immediately strengthened his telekinetic barrier, and at the same time slightly tilted the barrier to receive Mujino Shizuri's attack. Bang! Instantly, a muffled sound could be heard. The telekinetic barrier seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. That thick disintegration beam suddenly flew upwards, grazing the air above Ito's head as it flew diagonally towards the sky. Phew, that was close. That was close. Shiri-chan's attack almost broke through my defense. Ito let out a half-joking sigh. Then he looked at Mujino Shizuri with a serious expression and continued, I can't let Shiri-chan attack again, or else I'll be in danger. So Shiri-chan, I'm sorry. After speaking, his figure flashed. As if he had teleported, he suddenly appeared in front of Mujino Shizuri and punched towards her abdomen. ALV-5 Esper's reaction speed was extremely fast. Therefore, the moment Ito made his move, she had already reacted. She crossed her arms in front of her body to block Ito's punch. Bang! Following a light sound, Mujino Shizuri's body uncontrollably slid backwards. Seeing that he couldn't take down Mujino Shizuri in one hit, Ito wasn't angry. He once again appeared beside Mujino Shizuri and swung his arm towards her neck. Mujino Shizuri instinctively tilted her head back and dodged Ito's chop by a hair's breadth. However, the sharp gust of wind carried by Ito's chop still left a thin red wound on her neck. Ito's arm trembled as his attack missed. He abruptly stopped midway and then swung his arm horizontally towards Mujino Shizuri's neck. This time, the attack was too close and didn't give Mujino Shizuri any time to react or resist. It directly hit her weak throat. At the same time, the force from his arm immediately sent Mujino Shizuri flying backwards. Plop! Mujino Shizuri lost her balance and fell heavily onto the ground. However, Mujino Shizuri was still Mujino Shizuri. She had a ruthless nature, so even if she fell, she didn't give up on the possibility of a counterattack. She roughly calculated a variable and fired a disintegration beam towards, Ito's body. Chapter 865. From the corner of his eye, Ito saw the beam coming and dodged to the side, dodging the disintegration beam. With a thought, he exerted psychokinesis on Mujino Shizuri, who was on the ground, causing her to be unable to move. My dear Shiri-chan, what you did just now was too dangerous. You really shouldn't do that. Squatting beside Mujino Shizuri, he gently stroked her cheeks while looking at her with a weird smile. Get your dirty hands off my face, you bastard. Mujino Shizuri glared at Ito and scolded. It feels so good. It really feels like I'm touching your twin peaks. Seito followed her words and removed his hands from her face, while gently stroking between his fingers to feel the lingering sensation. He placed his hands in front of his nose and said, "All right, I heard that you have a lot of sexy underwear that you don't know who to wear. Why don't you just wear it for me in the future?" Putting down his hands, Seito looked at Mujino Shizuri and smiled. "Frienda." Hearing Seito's words, Mujino Shizuri instinctively thought that only Frienda with her big mouth would reveal her secrets. Then, Seito ignored Mujino Shizuri and walked toward Takitsubu Riku, who was still standing there. "Phew, that's really unbelievable. I didn't think that I would really defeat Big Sis Mujino." At this time, seeing that the battle was over, Kinuhita Sai, who came out from her hiding place, said with a look of disbelief, "And you even shamelessly took liberties with her. Why do I feel like I'm not a hero who saved a girl in danger, but a bastard who took liberties with a woman on the street?" Seito, who was already standing in front of Takitsubu Riku, said without turning his head, "That's right. You really did look like a bastard who took liberties with a woman on the street." Kinuhita sighed and nodded her head and said with certainty, "I can't be bothered with you." Seito curled his lips before looking straight at Takitsubu Riku and asked seriously, "You are willing to come to me? Let my place be your new home? Then can you let Sister Mai go?" Takitsubu Riku hesitated for a moment before asking Seito, "As long as you're willing, of course." Seito smiled. He then turned around and looked at Mujino Shizuri, who was trapped by his telekinesis, and said, "Congratulations, you've succeeded. If you still have any dissatisfaction, I welcome you to find me again at any time. But I hope that when the time comes, you'll come straight for me and not do what you did to Kinuhita Sai and the others." "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you." Unable to move her body, the surrounding electrons were also forcefully stabilized by Seito's psychokinesis, preventing her from using meltdown atoms. Unable to retaliate, Mujino Shizuri shouted with a ferocious expression, "I'll say it again. You're welcome to do it at any time." Seito laughed. With a thought, he lifted Mujino Shizuri up with his telekinesis and flung her into the air. "Kinuhita, Riku, let's go," Seito said to Kinuhita and the newly joined Takitsubu Riku. "You promise me that you'll let Mujino go." Takitsubu Riku did not follow his words. Instead, she looked at Seito and questioned him in a low voice. "You saw the situation just now. If I let her go on the spot, she'll definitely attack again. At that time, I'll be fine, but I'm afraid that she'll vent her anger on you guys." Ito-sei turned to look at Takitsubu Riku and shrugged his shoulders. "As for her safety, you don't have to worry about it. Her atomic disintegrator can only be used as a direct attack in the form of a beam. Her atomic bomb can also be used like a rocket booster, so there's no possibility of her falling to her death." Takitsubu Riku turned around to look at the direction where Mujino Shizuri disappeared, then nodded and followed Seito and Kinuhita Sai away from the scene of the battle. They walked towards Harunsei Kiyama's apartment, where Kinuhita Sai was temporarily staying. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at Harunsei Kiyama's apartment. "You guys go in. I have to go to another place later, so I won't be going in," Seito said to Kinuhita Sai and Takitsubu Riku. "Oh," Kinuhita Sai replied. "Rest well for the next 2 days. After that, I'll bring you to the hospital where I work and find the doctor there to check your body. I'll see if there's any way to treat the aftereffects on your body," Seito said as his gaze fell on Takitsubu Riku. "Okay," Takitsubu Riku replied. After that, Seito didn't say anything else as he watched Kinuhita Sai and Takitsubu Riku enter Harunsei Kiyama's apartment. Then, he turned around and left the apartment, returning to his own dorm. Of course, to prevent Inticus from gnawing on his food when he regained his senses, Seito also packed some food from a fast food restaurant he passed by on the way. It would be something to comfort him when he returned to his dorm. Sure enough, Inticus, whose appetite erupted after smelling the food, no longer paid attention to Seito and began to chew on the food. After that, everything returned to normal. Say Ito either went to a certain university on time to be a good student or went to a certain university's third medical hospital after school in the afternoon to work as a part-time doctor. Then, he would return to his dorm to rest at 6 p.m., and so on. During this period, the Misaka sisters who had finished the first stage of treatment also boarded the plane and headed to the joint structure outside the country to continue the second and third stage of treatment. Only 10 Misaka sisters, including 9982 and 10032, were left to live in Academy City. Unfortunately, the Misaka sisters were sent away during the period when Tokawadai Girls' School and Sakugwa Middle School went to America's West Coast for a public tour. They didn't stay in Academy City, so they didn't have the chance to see the Misaka sisters one last time. Fortunately, Sei Ito came to see them off and gave each of the Misaka sisters a custom-made frog ornament. The reason why it was custom-made was not only because it was made in the factory, but before he gave it to the Misaka sisters, Ito-sei had also inserted a special dormant nanomachine into each of the Yuta ornaments. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about Alistair discovering anything, and they could also activate the nanomachine in the future and use it as a GPS system. Other than sending off the Misaka sisters, Sei Ito also brought Takitsubu Riku to see the soul of the underworld for a checkup. He also provided Takitsubu Riku with a set of treatment plans. Since Takitsubu Riku was only suffering from the aftereffects of using the AIM force field, she didn't have to stay in the hospital to recuperate. She could arrange for treatment at the hospital whenever she wanted. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, it was already September 8th. This is so boring. In Sei Ito's dorm, Intikis was hugging Sphinx and rolling around on the floor while complaining to Sei Ito, who was kneeling on the bed and watching the final episode of a TV show with great interest. You don't know? Although Misaka also felt a little lonely, she still said something that didn't match her heart. Final Akatsubu replied with her unique mouth quirk. What do you say we go look for Ah-chung? Intikis sat up abruptly and turned to Final Akatsubu. Ah-chung should be back by now. Misaka is very tempted by the suggestion, but she still kept her promise with Ah-chung and stayed at home to wait for him to come back. Final Akatsubu turned to look at the clock on the wall and said, Ah-chung still has to work part-time at the hospital after school. He can't be back so early. Intikis reminded her. Oh, right. Misaka said with a sudden realization. Let's go look for Ah-chung. Intikis suggested again. All right. Misaka pretended to be hesitant to show her inner struggle, then agreed readily. Final Akatsubu said as she jumped off the bed and looked at Intikis. After living together for a week, Intikis had long gotten used to Final Akatsubu's strange mouth quirk. He didn't say anything and ran out with Final Akatsubu with Sphinx in his arms. However, the moment Intikis reached out to open the door, an Ain shadow instantly enveloped Intikis and Final Akatsubu, who was following closely behind. Then, the Ain shadow reached out and covered Intikis's mouth without any explanation and hugged him horizontally. When Sei Ito comes back, give this envelope to him, the tall man who was holding Intikis hostage said as he handed a cowhide envelope to Final Akatsubu. Okay. Misaka answered nervously. Final Akatsubu said as she took the cowhide envelope. Seeing Final Akatsubu take the envelope, the man didn't stay any longer and immediately left Sei Ito's dorm with Intikis. Not good. The little nun has been taken away. Misaka said anxiously. In the end, he ran to the door and looked at the back of the tall man with red hair and a black windbreaker and muttered to himself. We have to inform Ah-chung as soon as possible. Misaka decided. Then, he dashed out of the dormitory and closed the door. He took the envelope and rushed to the third medical hospital of a certain university that he had been staying at earlier. In the end, it took him more than 10 minutes to reach number 3 medical hospital and find Ito-sei, who was sitting in his office. This is bad. The little nun has been kidnapped. Misaka tried her best to wave her arms around to express the seriousness of this matter. Final Works waved her arms around as she spoke. Chapter 866. Inticus was taken away. Ito-say frowned when he heard that. He looked at the final piece of work and repeated, "Yes." Misaka nodded to confirm. Last Work nodded to confirm that what he said was the truth. Today is September 8th, the Book of Magic Incident. Say Ito muttered as he recalled the plot in time. However, he was not sure if it was really the case. After all, he was the current administrator, not Kamijutoma in the original work. He also did not know if the person who kidnapped Inticus was Steele in the original work or some other magician who had designs on the 103,000 magic books. Therefore, say Ito asked Last Work again. Little Misaka, what did the person who took Inticus look like? Or did he leave anything behind? The man who took the little nun away was a tall man in a black coat. He had red hair and a tattoo that looked like a barcode. He was a southerner with a cigarette in his mouth. Misaka tried her best to gesture as she described to Ah Chung in a serious manner. "This is the envelope that the man asked me to give you." Misaka handed it to Ah Chung. Last Work said as he handed the leather envelope to Sei Ito. "Looks like he's definitely Steele." Sei Ito thought as he took the envelope. Then he tore open the envelope and poured out the contents. In an instant, an approved exit permit and a note appeared in Sei Ito's hand. "I'm waiting for you outside Academy City," the note said. "What should we do?" Misaka asked out of concern. Last Work looked at Sei Ito and said, "It's fine. I know the person who kidnapped Inticus. I'll go and bring her back now." Sei Ito said as he crushed the note with his telekinesis and threw it into the trash, not far away. "But before we go find Inticus, we need to find a guardian for you. I don't want to leave you alone in the dorm," Sei Ito said as he looked at Last Work. "I could do it alone." Misaka will try his best. "No, it's too dangerous for you to stay at home alone. I don't want to worry." Sei Ito refused firmly. "Oh." Misaka lowered her head dejectedly. She wanted to gain Ah Cheng's sympathy. "Let's go," Sei Ito said as he took off his white coat and put away the exit permit. He held Last Work's little hand. Then he took her away from the third medical hospital of a certain university and walked to Haruki Miyama's apartment. He temporarily handed the final work over to Haruki Miyama, who was currently idling at home. At the same time, he also told Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, who were temporarily staying at Haru Miyama's apartment to protect Last Work. Then he said goodbye to Haru Miyama and the others and took the tram to the southern gate of Academy City. School District 7 was the second largest school district in Academy City, second only to School District 23. It was located in the southern part of Academy City. It was surrounded by school districts 1, 8, 5, 9, 18, 15, 22, 2, and 10. The closest exit to School District 7 was the southern gate of Academy City. He only needed to pass through School District 10 to reach it. So, after 40 minutes or so, Sei Ito finally arrived at the southern gate of Academy City. Obviously, Steele had obtained the exit permit from the higher-ups of Academy City and handed it over to the guard. Then, he left Academy City without any hindrance and walked towards the location indicated on the note. The reason why they had to walk was because for the sake of Academy City's safety, there weren't any commuter routes that led directly to Academy City's main entrance. So whether it was leaving Academy City or entering Academy City, for various reasons, they would have to walk a long distance. After walking like this for a while, Sei Ito met a young nun in front of a bus stop. Her entire body was wrapped in a pitch-black nun's habit. Only her round white face was exposed. Asola Aquina. It seems that although it took me some time to send Last Work to Haru Miyama's place, it's still not that much slower compared to the original work's walk back to the dormitory and the news from Tsuchimikado Takashi. Sei Ito thought to himself as he looked at Asola. Sorry. Just as Sei Ito was observing Asola suddenly turned around with her hands clasped in front of her as if she was praying. She spoke to Sei Ito in a very humble tone in Japanese. I'm sorry to disturb your precious time, but if I want to go to Academy City, can I take this bus? No, there's no bus to Academy City. Sei Ito glanced at Asola's voluptuous breasts that were hidden under the nun's habit. Huh? Asola asked in confusion. Academy City is not connected to the public transportation system, so there's no way to get there by bus or tram. Only those who have signed a contract with Academy City can enter Academy City by bus. Sei Ito explained. So under normal circumstances, the only way to Academy City is to walk. I see. So that's why you're leaving Academy City by foot. Asola said with a look of realization. At this time, a very shabby-looking bus that had been in use for many years came from afar. In short, there's no way to get to Academy City by bus. If you have a permit, you can just walk to the entrance. It'll only take about 7 to 8 minutes. Sei Ito reminded her. Thank you. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to guide me. Asola bowed and thanked Sei Ito when she saw the bus. She then turned around and got on the bus without hesitation. Hey, didn't I just tell you that you can't take the bus? Why are you still getting on? Sei Ito, who had finally seen how clueless Asola was, said with a speechless look. Ah, yes, you're right. Asola, who had just stepped on the first step, pinched the hem of her nun's habit and got off the bus. I just said that Academy City is not connected to the public transportation system, so there's no way to get there by bus or tram. If you want to enter Academy City, you can just walk to the entrance. Understand? Sei Ito explained again. You did say that. I'm really sorry for troubling you so many times. Asola nodded and thanked Sei Ito with a bitter smile. She then turned around and got on the bus without hesitation. Sei Ito sighed helplessly when he saw this. He walked up to Asola, hugged her waist from behind, and carried her off the bus. He then turned to the impatient driver and said, I'm sorry, please drive away. She's not getting on the bus. The driver didn't say anything. He pressed a button to close the door, started the engine, and drove away from the bus stop. Looks like you have something very serious on your mind, Sei Ito said to Asola after he let her go. Yes, a little. Asola was stunned when she heard that. She then nodded and admitted honestly. I think so too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ignored my explanation twice and even wanted to get on the bus. Sei Ito curled his lips. I'm really sorry for the trouble. Asola placed her hands on her lower abdomen and bowed to Sei Ito. Don't be like this. I didn't help you much. Sei Ito moved away from Asola's bow. He then looked at Asola, who straightened her back and asked, By the way, Ms. Nun, do you want to enter Academy City? Asola nodded and admitted that she did want to enter Academy City. Do you have a pass issued by Academy City? Sei Ito asked. Pass. Asola repeated with a confused look. She then asked Sei Ito, Excuse me, how can I get a pass? Normal people can't get it. Only the students' relatives and the people who transport goods and supplies can get it. Also, they have to be approved in advance. Sei Ito shook his head and explained. Oh, then I can only give up. Asola lowered her head and said dejectedly. Obviously, she didn't have to enter Academy City. So, why do you want to enter Academy City? Sei Ito took the opportunity to ask. Actually, I'm being hunted down. Asola didn't care if what she said was true or not. She was still very honest, or rather, she followed one of the doctrines she believed in and gave a straightforward answer. Hunted down? Sei Ito repeated with a surprised look on his face. Yes, it's a bit complicated to explain, but I'm currently on a mad run for my life. I heard that the church's forces can't enter Academy City, so I'm trying to hide inside Academy City, Asola explained to herself. The church? Don't tell me it has something to do with magicians? Ito-sei changed the topic to magicians. Huh? How do you know about the existence of the magicians? Asola looked at Sei Ito in surprise and asked. It seems like that's the case. Sei Ito sighed and continued. But if you're really being hunted down, hiding in Academy City isn't necessarily safe. There are magicians breaking into Academy City and causing trouble all day long. Then what should I do? Asola said with a sad expression, as if she was about to cry. Chapter 867. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato and Nickfany for their tips. All right, if you really don't have any other ideas, just come with me. Maybe you'll find something unexpected. Say Ito sighed as he looked at Asola, who was about to cry. Asola was confused when she heard Shien's words. For some reason that I don't know, someone I know has been kidnapped by a sorcerer. Although I've met the sorcerer twice. Say Ito shrugged helplessly. I'm going to meet the sorcerer at the designated location to find out what's going on. You can come with me. So you're in the same situation as me. You're in danger, Asola said with a look of realization. I'm not sure whether it's dangerous or not, but if that guy really dares to do it, I don't mind letting that guy taste the taste of failure like before. Itosei's expression was a little fierce as he said in a low voice. You fought a sorcerer before? Asola looked at Sei Ito in surprise. Well, it hasn't been peaceful for the past 1.5 months, Sei Ito said with an indifferent look on his face. Then he looked up at the sky that was glowing with a faint red sunset glow. Then he looked back at Asola and said, It's getting late. Let's go. Okay, Asola agreed since she couldn't think of a better place to go. Then Sei Ito and Asola walked side by side to the Ming Theater ruins. Speaking of which, if Asola really escaped into Snow Garden City, things will get complicated, Steele said with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. It's just a possibility. Let's hope Asola isn't panicking to the point where she loses her basic judgment. Anyway, how long will it take for you to get in touch with Academy City? Find out if Asola is in Academy City or not. Opposite Steele was a woman about the same height as Inticus, about 5 meters tall. She was petite and had a flat chest. Her waist was very slender, and she wore a black nun's habit that looked like a miniskirt when the hem was removed. On her feet was a pair of sandals with a thickness of 30 centimeters that could be freely removed. Her face was round, and her pupils were the color of lemon tea. The nun, who looked to be around 14 or 15 years old, said, This matter can't be solved with just a phone call. I have to contact St. George's Cathedral first, and then contact Academy City through St. George's Cathedral. Even if it's an emergency, I'm afraid it'll take 7 to 10 minutes. If he wanted to obtain permission to invade Academy City, it would be even more troublesome. Of course, from a technical point of view, it wasn't impossible to sneak in, but from the standpoint of the government, it was impossible. It's best to avoid it as much as possible. Steele took the cigarette out of his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke as he shook his head. In short, please confirm it first. The sooner the better. The little nun said, but before she could finish her sentence, her body stiffened. What's wrong? What happened? Steele noticed something was wrong with the little sister as he spoke. He followed her line of sight and instantly froze on the spot. Then he saw the entrance of the ruins that Steele and the little nun were looking at. A man in casual clothes and a nun in the same style as the little nuns, except that the hem was not removed. Her entire body was wrapped in the black nun's habit. Only her face and hands were exposed as they walked in side by side. Huh, it's Chung. Indicus, who also looked at the entrance because of Steele and the little nun's actions, said, Oa sola quina? The little nun with the thick sandals said in shock. However, as soon as their words subsided, Sei Ito, who was beside Asola, suddenly vanished. Before Asola, the little nun, Indicus, and Steele could react, Sei Ito suddenly appeared in front of Steele and punched him hard on the face. Bang! Steele, who had never learned much close-range combat skills, was sent tumbling away. After flying 2 meters away, he landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a big cloud of dust. It seemed like Sei Ito had held back. Otherwise, with his full power, Steele would have been sent flying. Even Steele's head might not be able to grow out of his body as well as it was now. Who are you? The little nun only came back to her senses when she heard a loud thud. She looked nervously at Sei Ito, who had suddenly appeared between her and Indicus. After hearing the little nun's question, the other nuns in the Ming Theater ruins immediately picked up their weapons and surrounded Sei Ito, Indicus, and the little nun, including Asola, who was not far away. It looked like they were going to attack Sei Ito the moment the little nun gave the order. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone stop. Steel, who was sent flying by Ito's punch, climbed up from the ground. He pinched his chin and spoke to stop the situation that seemed to be about to erupt. However, the nuns were not his men. He could only slow down the situation, but he did not have the authority to order them to put down their weapons. How ruthless, Steele said as he slowly walked into the circle of nuns. If it wasn't for the fact that Indicus is still in one piece, I promise that cigarette will be the last thing you'll experience in your life. Ito looked at the little nun in front of him and said without turning his head, Tell me, why did you go through so much trouble to play a kidnapping game for me? Also, what's up with these nuns? Ito asked with a frown, completely ignoring Steele's stiff expression. With the previous punch and the words that followed, Steele dared not act too arrogantly. He honestly told Ito the purpose of his visit. I called you here because I hope you can help us find someone. Also, this is the person in charge of this incident, Yanis Santis of the Roman Orthodox Church. Hello. The little nun named Yanis greeted Ito with a bow. Hello. Ito returned the greeting with a calm expression. Like I said, the reason I called you here is to ask you to help me find someone. Although there are already 250 people searching everywhere, there is still no news. This matter is quite urgent. It concerns the safety of a person's life, so I hope you can provide assistance as soon as possible. Steele continued after Ito and Yanis greeted each other. Looking at the way you've gathered so many people and the composition of the people here, the person you're looking for is obviously a magician. Why are you looking for someone like me, who is obviously not related to you? You're still trying to pin me down with the safety of a person's life? Do you think I'm that hot-blooded idiot Dama? Ito's gaze swept across the nuns' faces and sneered. Well, you don't have to think so much. Just hand over that nun over there to us. Steele pointed at Asola, who hadn't said a word since they arrived and was calmly looking at everything in front of her. That nun is the person we're looking for. Her name is Asola Aquina. He put down his arm and took out another cigarette. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your help. You can go back now, Ito. Unknowingly, Steele's tone had returned to its usual irritating tone. Are you messing with me? Ito narrowed his eyes and stared into Steele's eyes. Anyway, just hand her over to Yanis. You don't have to worry about anything else. Steele frowned and said with an impatient expression. Ito didn't say anything when he saw Steele's reaction. He stepped in front of Steele and punched him in the stomach. Steele, who was hit hard in the stomach, immediately hugged his stomach with both hands and fell forward. Ito didn't stop there. He grabbed Steele's head with his left hand and continued to press it down. At the same time, he bent his knee and raised his leg. His knee landed heavily on Steele's face. Crack! In an instant, a crisp sound rang out, and Steele's nose immediately caved in. A stream of blood flowed out uncontrollably from Steele's nose. Then, the leg that landed on Steele's stomach suddenly straightened like a bent spring. It kicked Steele's stomach and sent him flying like a cannonball. He only stopped when he hit the wall at the side of Bo Ming Theater. He slowly slid to the ground and stirred up a small cloud of dust. Ito's series of attacks were too fast. He didn't give the others any time to react. It wasn't until Steele fell to the ground with a swollen face that Indix, Yanis, and Asura finally reacted. Achung, Indix called out, not knowing what to do. I'm not a pushover. I don't have a good temper to entertain you. This lesson is just a warning. If you use this kind of trick again, I won't care who you are. I'll send you to meet your god. Ito looked at Steele, whose face was filled with anger and pain. He didn't use any magic to counterattack. Ito turned around and grabbed Indix's hand. Let's go, Indix. After that, he pulled Indix out of Bo Ming Theater. Perhaps Indix didn't expect Ito to explode, so he didn't say anything. He obediently followed Ito out. Can you take me with you? Just when Ito and Indix passed by Asura, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked, I advise you not to make any rash decisions. If you don't do it right, you'll be dragged into a huge whirlpool. Your LV5 ability isn't enough. Before Ito could say anything, Steele, who was covering his nose with his left hand and supporting himself on the wall with his right hand, reminded him, because of your choice, the upper echelons of the British Puritan Church might even summon Index back. Are you sure you can afford to pay such a price? Hearing Steele's words, Index and Asora's eyes fell on Ito. However, Index's eyes were filled with nervousness and a little bit of fear, while Asora's eyes were filled with sadness and a little bit of hope. That's right. If you take Asora with you, you'll be the enemy of the Roman Orthodox Church. We won't let you get away with it, Yanis added in order to increase the pressure. Don't forget, you're LV5 Esper of Academy City. If you have a conflict with the Roman Orthodox Church, the meaning behind it won't be as simple as it seems. It might be the trigger that ignites World War III. So you need to think carefully before you make a decision, Steele said on the side. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Ito. There's no need to think about it. We'll take Asora back. At this moment, a male voice suddenly sounded above the ruins of the Bo-Mingswa Grand Theater. Ito, Asora, Index, Steele, Yanis, and the many nuns she led raised their heads and looked at the sky. A paper lantern the size of a tennis ball hovered about 6 to 7 meters above everyone's heads. As the surface of the paper lantern trembled slightly, sounds continuously came from within the paper lantern. Asola Aquinas, I believe you know that instead of returning to the Roman Orthodox Church, why don't you stay with us? That way, you can live a more meaningful life. At the next moment, a sharp swishing sound was heard as a sword appeared on the ground between Asola and Ito. Before the others could react, another 2 swords appeared beside Asola's feet. Together with the previous sword, they quickly moved in a straight line on the ground. The 3 swords moved in unison and formed an equilateral triangle on the ground with Asola in the center. Ah! Asola suddenly let out a cry that was filled with fear and confusion. The triangular ground beneath her feet disappeared into the pitch-black, abyss-like void. Amakusa form. Agnes reflexively reached out to grab Asola as she yelled. However, it was all too late. Asola had already vanished into the void. I knew that as long as I followed the commander of the Roman Orthodox Church, no matter where Ursula Aquina escaped to or who caught her, she would be brought here in the end. After hiding underground for so long, there's finally a price to pay. The outer wall of the lantern trembled slightly, and the male voice sounded again. Damn it! Yanis walked to the edge of the hole and looked down at the pitch-black sewer. She shouted unwillingly. Then, she turned to Ito and shouted, "It's all your fault." Chapter 868. Before Ito could say anything, Index had already retorted angrily. Who is the one who caused this? Is it Ah Chung? Even if Ah Chung is the culprit, why didn't anyone from the Roman Orthodox Church notice the situation just now? Also, the person who took Asola just now said that they followed you all here. In other words, the cause of Asola's disappearance is all because of you, not Ah Chung. Index said as he stared at Agnes like a mother cat protecting its cub. You, Agnes, who was rendered speechless by the question, pointed at Inticus angrily, but couldn't say a single word. Humph. In any case, he has to bear some responsibility for Asola's disappearance. I will report the situation here to the church as it is. Agnes ended the interrogation with an arrogant attitude. Then, she ignored Ito and Index and turned around to assign a search mission to the nuns under her. Under Janice's arrangement, the nuns in black nuns' robes were divided into several groups. Some of them took out their weapons and jumped into the sewers through the triangular gap in the ground to trace the traces left behind by the other party. Some of them took out paper, pens, and maps to write and draw according to the stars in the sky. Some of them learned their lesson and walked to the side to be on guard. Some of them saw that it was already late and started to cook and set up tents on the side. Tell me more about the woman named Asola, Ito said in a commanding tone to Steele, who had walked to his side. Although Steele was very unhappy with Ito and even hated him, He knew that he couldn't do anything to say Ito at such a close distance. He had no choice but to tell the truth about Asola's situation. This matter starts from the Book of Law. The so-called Book of Law was said to be a book of witchcraft written with a secret code that no one in the world could decipher. The contents of the book were very precious. As long as one could decipher it, they would obtain extremely powerful strength. Now, a girl had finally figured out how to decipher this book of witchcraft. However, the Tamakasa-style Church of the Cross snatched the Book of Law from the Roman Orthodox Church. The girl who knew how to decipher it, Asola Aquinas. She had escaped during the struggle between the Tamakasa-style Church and the Roman Orthodox Church. As for the Book of Law, its whereabouts was still unknown, but it was very likely that it had fallen into the hands of the Tamakasa-style Church. You can't decipher it either? Seito turned to ask Indix. I can't. I've tried, but it's completely different from the usual secret code. Indix shook his head. Seito nodded and didn't ask any more questions. It said that the spells recorded in the Book of Laws are too powerful. Once they're used, this world dominated by the cross religion will face the end of the world, regardless of whether this legend was true or not. In short, it would be best if this book could be sealed forever. There is even a school of thought that those who have read this book will be able to freely use angelic spells that are beyond the limits of human beings. Steele continued when he saw that Ito, Sei, and Inticus had finished their conversation. At this time, with the help of the Roman Orthodox nuns, Steele had lifted the bridge of his nose again and performed a simple treatment with healing magic. Although it couldn't be said to be completely healed, it no longer affected his breathing, speech, movement, and smoking. Of course, Steele still had to endure some pain. Steele glanced at Sei Ito beside him and said in a mocking tone, "Perhaps you, who don't have any religious beliefs, can't imagine what an angel is like. It seems like you want your nose to be treated again, or you want other parts of your body to enjoy the same treatment." Sei Ito didn't even look at Steele as he said calmly. Steele's expression froze when he heard Sei Ito's words. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he didn't refute it. Obviously, he didn't want his body to be hurt again. But because of this, Steele lost interest in continuing to talk about the Book of Law. He walked to the side, lit a cigarette, and smoked in a rather lonely manner. Seito glanced at Steele and ignored him. He pulled Indix to the side and found a relatively clean spot to sit down and wait. After a while, Yanis, who had finished assigning tasks, walked in front of Sei Ito and Indix in her sandals. At the same time, Steele threw away the cigarette in his hand and stepped on it. He slowly walked to the side of the three and stood still. Because of the previous small conflict, Yanis was no longer as nervous as when she first met Ito Sei. So she didn't fall down due to nervousness in the original work and clamped the upper bar between her thighs. She started a conversation with him very smoothly. I will now explain the Book of Law, Asola Aquinas, and the Amakusa clan's movements, as well as our future actions, Yanis said to Sei Ito and the other two in front of her. Currently, we can confirm that Asola Aquinas has fallen into the hands of the Amakusa clan. As for the whereabouts of the Book of Law, I'm afraid it's not far from the truth. This time, the number of Amakusa clan members who are hostile to us is about 50. They use the sewers to escape during the day, but I don't think they're still in the sewers. In other words, there are no clear clues at all? Indix looked at Yanis in a bad mood. Yes. Although we tried to use the traces of magic left behind to track the Amakusa clan's whereabouts, it wasn't very successful. As expected of a cult with enhanced concealment, the Amakusa clan's forlorn cult. Yanis nodded and admitted straightforwardly. Then, as if she didn't want Indix to look down on her, she praised the enemy's methods. But we have another group of people who have already set up an encirclement nearby. We might be able to find something, Yanis continued. What's the scale of the encirclement? Seito asked. With this place as the center, a 10-kilometer radius. Includes 132 roads and 43 sewers. With our manpower, it's not difficult to set up such an encirclement, Yanis said with a proud expression. In short, Once the Amakusa clan members attempt to bring the Book of Law and Osula Aquinas back to their headquarters, they will be discovered by our encirclement. According to the information we have, the Amakusa clan's headquarters is in Kyushu. Unfortunately, we can't determine the accuracy of this information. Also, if they don't intend to break through the encirclement and instead force Asola to read the book, things will be much more troublesome. There's no need to worry about that. I believe Asola isn't so stupid that she doesn't know how to resist mind-reading magic. Also, if they want to use force, the location isn't suitable. Steele, who had a cigarette in his mouth at some point, said calmly. For them, there are too many enemies nearby. They won't be able to do anything in peace. Interrogating Asola, obtaining the method to read the book, and creating a modified version of the Book of Law aren't things that can be done in a day. If he wanted to break through the captive's mental defenses and obtain information without letting the captive commit suicide, the best way was to interrogate the captive using fatigue bombing type or sleep interference type, without directly touching the captive. However, it will take at least a week to do so. Not sleeping for a day or two isn't considered torture at all. If they don't sleep for more than 120 hours, their rationality will start to crumble. Even so, it's better to find Asola as soon as possible, Yanis replied. In order to finish things as soon as possible, Seito couldn't help but remind her. Your assumptions are all based on the fact that she can't escape the encirclement. What if she has a way to escape? How is that possible? Yanis refuted in an uncertain tone. So there really is such a spell? Inticus suddenly chimed in. Instantly, Yanis couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is a magic that can only be used in Japan. To put it simply, there are special spaces called vortex points all over Japan. As long as you use map magic, you'll be able to move freely between vortex points, Inticus continued. It's Inengshongjing's map of Japan's coastal areas? Steele seemed to have thought of something and said with a sour expression. Seito wasn't a fool. Although he didn't know who Inengshongjing was, Seito didn't care about Inengshongjing's background. He sat quietly on the side and listened to Indix and Steele and Yanis, who were listening to Indix explain the principles of map magic. After receiving Indix's reminder, Yanis immediately ordered her subordinates to change some of their previous arrangements and search for traces of Amakusa style and Asola Aquina in a new way. Soon, Yanis' subordinates found two people who seemed to be members of Amakusa style at a location calculated by Indix. However, because the vortex point happened to be a shop that was still open, it would be easy to alert the enemy if they sent people to investigate. Therefore, after some calculations by Indix and confirming the time to use map magic again, Yanis decided to officially launch an attack on Amakusa style at 11 o'clock at night to take back Asola. Because the operation was to be carried out at night, Yanis, who was afraid that they wouldn't have enough experience, rearranged the mission so that the nuns could take turns to rest. Compared to the trouble Yanis and her subordinates were in, they were completely fine. Seito, Indix, and Steele, who were waiting for the final battle, first enjoyed the food prepared by the nuns, then found a tent and went to rest. Chapter 869. But before Seito could lie down for long, a female scream suddenly echoed in the night sky. Seito and Steele, who heard the scream, got up from their beds and ran out of the tent one after another. They rushed in the direction of the sound. But before the two of them reached the tent where the sound came from, a naked, white, petite body suddenly ran out of the tent. Seeing this, Seito, who completely understood what was going on, immediately stopped, turned around, and ran back to the tent where he lived. As for Steele, he ran back to the tent in embarrassment under the angry glare of the Roman Orthodox nuns who had recovered from their shock. However, at this time, in addition to the injuries on Steele's face caused by Seito, there were a lot of new bruises. But the absurd thing did not end there. Not long after Seito fell asleep, a figure suddenly broke into the tent where Seito was sleeping. Under the vigilant gaze of Seito, The figure lifted the blanket covering Sei Ito's body in a daze and crawled under the blanket. Then, as if she was climbing, she climbed onto Sei Ito's chest and rested her head on Sei Ito's chest. Her arms tightly hugged Sei Ito's body, revealing a satisfied look. TSK. There are also times when someone crawls onto our bed. He slightly raised his head and looked at Yanis, who was lying on his chest. She was only wearing a white lace bra and a small pair of underwear tied with a bow on both sides. But Sei Ito knew that Inticus, who also had the habit of crawling onto people's beds, would soon arrive. So in order to avoid being bitten, Sei Ito quickly and gently prepared to move Yanis away from his body. However, Yanis seemed to have recognized Sei Ito's embrace. No matter how Sei Ito moved, her hands would tightly hug Sei Ito's body, unless Sei Ito decided to wake her up. Otherwise, it was basically impossible for him to move Yanis away from his body. However, at this moment, Inticus lifted the curtain of the tent with a confused look on his face and walked into the tent. He happened to see Sei Ito, who had his arms around Yanis. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated psychokinesis and wrapped Inticus's body. He pulled her to his side and forcefully held her in his arms. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Although Inticus was a little shocked and blushed because of Sei Ito's actions, he didn't want to let it go just like that. He opened his mouth and bit Sei Ito's chest. Sei Ito, who knew that he was in the wrong, did not resist. He endured the pain from the sharp teeth that seemed to have the ability to break through defense. He hugged Inticus and pretended to be asleep on the bed. After biting for a long time, Inticus didn't see any reaction from Ito Seiji. Perhaps he gave up or something else. He slowly opened his mouth and fell asleep in Ito Seiji's arms. Phew! Only then did Sei Ito let out a long breath and relax. He then ignored the two girls in his arms, who had already surpassed the age of lowly. However, the girl whose body was still lowly closed her eyes and rested for real. A few hours later, around 10:30 p.m., Yanis and Inticus woke up at the same time, following the call of a nun. Of course, Sei Ito also woke up. As for Steele, who was the third wheel, he had already woken up and left the tent more than half an hour ago. After waking up, Agnes, who suddenly felt that she was in someone's arms, raised her head and looked up. After seeing Ito Seiji's face, she screamed and immediately fainted. Aching! Inticus, who had crawled up from Sei Ito's arms, called out in a low voice. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito, who had just let go of Yanis, to react, Inticus immediately opened his mouth and bit down on Sei Ito's face. How could one's face be disfigured so easily? Therefore, Sei Ito dodged to the side almost without thinking, dodging Inticus's bite. Instantly, chi. With a crisp sound, Inticus's tiger bite missed. Then his slightly closed lips gently touched Sei Ito's cheek, making it seem as if Inticus was taking the initiative to kiss Sei Ito. Feeling the touch on his lips, Inticus immediately blushed like an ordinary girl. Feeling that this was a rare opportunity, Sei Ito saw it. He immediately turned his head to look at Inticus, and before she could react, he kissed Inticus on the lips. In an instant, Inticus's face became as red as a ripe apple. Then, like a frightened rabbit, she jumped away from Sei Ito. She turned around and ran out of the tent. Phew, it's finally done. Sei Ito sighed softly when he saw this. Then, he sat up straight and gently patted Yanis awake. Then, he got up and walked out of the tent, leaving Yanis alone for her to wear. After a short while, Yanis, who had returned to her nun attire, walked out of the tent. After giving some orders to the nuns under her, she led about 50 combat nuns, Sei Ito, Steele, and Inticus, who was still a little shy and had not fully recovered to his normal state, to the Vortex Point Parallel Dessert Park. The Parallel Dessert Park was not a so-called dessert shop. Instead, it was a large amusement park that covered a large area and had complete facilities. At this moment, it appeared in front of Sei Ito and the others in a pitch-black and deathly silent state. Say Ito and Inticus looked at each other. Then Inticus squatted down and wrote on the ground with a small piece of gravel in his hand. He was also calculating something with the book of witchcraft in his mind. We have already discovered the whereabouts of the main force of the Amakasa style in the parallel desert park, but we still haven't found the whereabouts of the book of witchcraft in Asola. Although the possibility is very low, this might be a trick to create a diversion. Therefore, I can't remove the encirclement or recall the other patrolling troops. We can only fight with the manpower we have now. Yanis, who was wearing soft wooden sandals with a thickness of 30 centimeters, walked to the front of everyone with crisp footsteps. She was no longer confused like before, and her expression was firm and resolute. Seeing that no one had any questions, Yanis waved her arm and ordered, "Move!" As soon as her voice fell, the nuns standing behind and around her immediately spread out and surrounded the parallel desert park. They began to destroy the vortex point that was used by the pilgrimage to miniature desert park spell. Ito Sei, Inticus, and Steele didn't participate in this kind of large-scale work that required manpower. They just stayed aside and waited for the destruction to be completed. Then, they would cooperate with the Roman Orthodox Church's Janus and her nuns to attack the large number of Amakusa-style members that might be in the theme park. While waiting, the time quickly came to 11:28. There were still 2 minutes before the cool-down of pilgrimage to miniature desert park would be over, and they could use the vortex point to move again. At this moment, a loud explosion sounded. The entrance of the parallel desert park that was used by ordinary people suddenly exploded. Red flames burned fiercely there, illuminating the area with a radius of more than 10 meters with the entrance as the center. But what was surprising was that, logically speaking, the explosion of such a huge explosion should have attracted the attention of ordinary people. But after half an hour, not a single member of the Orthodox Church or any other suspicious person appeared in the vicinity. The entire place was still in a state of silence. They are really willing to do this, Sei Ito looked at the entrance and said lightly. If they don't do this, they will lose in terms of momentum. Ah-chung, don't be careless later, Inticus reminded. It didn't cause any commotion. It seems like someone used a spell to disperse idlers and stereotypes. However, I don't see the characteristics and habits of the Orthodox Church in these spells. It should be the spell used by the Amakusa style. It's really bad news for us that the Amakusa style has such power. Steele, who had a cigarette in his mouth all the time, first looked around and then said. However, with his absent-minded appearance, no one could tell that this was bad news for him. However, since Yanis's troops had already launched an attack, it meant that it was time for Sei Ito and the others to enter the battlefield. Inticus carefully observed the environment of the parallel desert park. After confirming that there were no magic traps, he followed Sei Ito and Steele into the park. It was 11:30 at night. It was really late at night. Except for 1 or 2 street lamps, the entire parallel desert park was pitch black. From afar, it even looked like a giant beast that had been lurking in the dark, waiting to devour people. At this time, Sei Ito, Inticus, and Steele were walking on a huge circular road. There was a waterway in the middle, and the water was about 1.5 meters below the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Many small shops were neatly arranged along the waterway. These shops were like street vendors. They only had a bar, and there was no space for customers to eat or drink. On the other side of the waterway was a square with many tables and chairs. It seemed like they were trying to lure customers there. At this moment, a few soft sounds of metal colliding sounded in the air. Then, 4 young men and women jumped down from the roof of the smoothie shop. They held weapons that were similar to Western rapiers and surrounded Sei Ito, Inticus, and Steele. Sei Ito didn't attack immediately. Instead, he grabbed Inticus's arm and pulled her behind him to protect her. A one-handed half-sword, a bastard sword, a boar's tooth sword, and a dresser's sword. It seems like the people in this country are very fond of Western culture. Steele said helplessly as he looked at the weapons in the hands of the 4 young men and women. Chapter 870. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Insect Kill Tudo, NXCX, and Nick Fanelftage for their tips. Seito didn't say anything. He gently pulled on Indix's arm to prevent her from getting separated from him. His eyes were fixed on the 4 boys and girls beside him, ready to attack at the right time. While Seito was silent, the 4 boys and girls split into 2 groups, separating Seito from Indix and Steve. Clearly, in their minds, no matter what kind of enemy they faced, 2 of them were enough to deal with it. Seeing this, Steve took out a stack of paper cards with a waterproof film on them and threw them on the ground. He then summoned his best magic, Flame Sword Elite Online Gaming. Steve reached into his pocket again and threw a cross necklace to Seito. This cross necklace was clearly different from the ones commonly seen on the market. Although I don't want to take this, Steve said unhappily. Pa. Seito casually caught the necklace in his hand. After glancing at it, he casually put it into his trouser pocket. At this moment, a girl wielding 2 swords, or rather, the ceremonial sword, suddenly stabbed towards Seito without saying anything. Seito didn't dodge. Instead, he activated a telekinetic barrier in front of him, blocking the 2 swords that were stabbing towards him. Then, he fiercely kicked forward, sending the girl's body flying. She crashed into a nearby building and knocked over the tables and chairs provided for guests to rest in. Only then did she stop. However, at this moment, the girl had already fainted from Seito's kick. Seeing what happened to their companion, the remaining 3 boys and girls were all furious. Then, they simultaneously attacked Seito and Steve. This time, the other boy who was supposed to attack Steve cooperated with the girl who was attacking Seito and attacked Seito. Seito still didn't show any signs of panic. A telekinetic barrier appeared on each of his hands, and he easily caught the 2-handed sword and western rapier in his hands. Then, he exerted force in his arms. He fiercely threw the 2 sword-wielding boys and girls at Steve and the girl across from him. The girl who originally ignored the flame sword and was going to kill Steve in one hit panicked. She immediately stopped and pulled back her sword, dodging one of her companions who was flying towards her. As for the other one, she directly flew towards Steve. However, the expected situation didn't happen. The young lady who was thrown directly passed through Steele's body as his body trembled. Steele looked at Ito, mockingly, as he was pierced through. Then, he quickly turned into nothingness and disappeared before Seito and the other's eyes. Sure enough, he is an unreliable guy, Ito said with a sarcastic tone. Then, with a thought, he summoned a dozen blurry, transparent air bombs the size of ping-pong balls and shot them towards the 3 boys from the Amakusa style. As official members of the Amakusa Style Magic Association, their reactions weren't slow. They immediately rolled their bodies. They dodged the transparent air bombs by a hair's breadth. However, even though they dodged nimbly, Seito's air bombs were even faster. Within a few seconds, they had nowhere to hide. They fainted, just like their companion. "Let's go," Seito said to Indicus after dealing with the attackers. "Okay," Indicus replied. Then, the 2 of them continued to walk towards the depths of the parallel desert paradise as if they were outsiders. Not long after they walked, a slightly panicked figure appeared. A figure with a strange movement pattern rushed out from the side and crashed into Seito's arms, who had been waiting for the figure to walk into the trap. Asola. Indicus looked at the figure in Seito's arms. She was wearing a black nun's habit and a black nun's hat with a white edge. She wasn't wearing a nun's habit at all. Only her face and hands were exposed. At the same time, both of her hands were tied behind her back by a white band. Her mouth was covered with something that looked like a piece of tape, but there were strange words and symbols written on it. Hearing someone call her name, Asola, who was lying in Seito's arms, raised her head instinctively. She looked at Seito and Indicus. After realizing that the person hugging her was Seito, Asola's face immediately showed an anxious expression. She shook her body desperately and made a series of unclear sounds with her throat. Asola didn't understand how seductive her actions were to Seito. especially the pair of soft breasts that were pressed against Sei Ito's chest, which stimulated Sei Ito's senses constantly. "Don't move," Sei Ito quickly said. After hearing Sei Ito's words, Asola immediately became obedient. She looked at Sei Ito's top 100 beauties with a hopeful expression. "This is a silent spell, but it's a little different. It should be a modified version of the original silent spell by the Amakusa style and some Buddhist spells." Indicus, who had been looking at the tape-like object on Asola's lips ever since she appeared, explained. "Is there a way to undo it?" Seito asked. "There is a way, but none of us here can use magic, so there's no way to destroy the spell," Indicus said with a regretful expression. "Tell me how to undo it, and I'll try to destroy it with my superpower," Seito said with a slight frown. "Okay." Indicus nodded in agreement. He then took a step forward and stood in front of Asola, who was being supported by Ito Sei. He reached out his hand and pointed at the different positions of the two characters on the tape on her lips. "You just need to destroy these 2 points from left to right." Ito Sei, who carefully stared at the 2 positions, nodded. He then used his psychokinesis to forcibly compress a visible white air blade at the tip of his right index finger. It exuded a faint sense of sharpness. Then, he began to draw on the tape according to Indix's instructions. The tape used to seal Asola's mouth was a magical spell, but it was only a minor spell. Its defensive strength was not very high. Under Sei Ito's cutting, the tape was cut into 2 halves. Soon, it split into 2 halves and fell from Asola's lips. Then, Ito Sei walked to Asola's side and continued to use the air blades in his hands to cut off the white cloth that bound her arms. "Thank you," Asola, who had regained her freedom, said gratefully. She then looked up at Sei Ito with a doubtful expression. "Excuse me, aren't you the mister I met at the bus stop?" "Why, of course I'm here to save you," Sei Ito replied matter-of-factly. Huh, excuse me, are you really here to save me? It has nothing to do with the Book of Spells?" Asola asked in disbelief. "Why would I, a resident of Academy City, need something like that? I'm not a collector. I don't have the time to run all over the place for some ancient book." Sei Ito curled his lips. Thank you so much for your kindness," Asola bowed to Sei Ito. "Let's not waste time here. Let's leave before the Orthodox Church's nuns and ambassador-style people arrive. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble again. You saw what happened before, didn't you?" Sei Ito said as he looked around. "Chung, where do you plan to take her? Academy City?" Inticus looked at Sei Ito with a serious expression. "I do plan to," Sei Ito admitted without hesitation. "Have you thought about the consequences of bringing her back?" Inticus glanced at Asola and said, "She's now a wanted criminal of the Roman Orthodox Church, and based on the information she's in her possession, it's impossible for her to escape. Based on what she knows, she's someone that all the sects of the cross in the world must eliminate. If you bring her back to Academy City, it might cause new problems, such as the World War I mentioned before. Also, Chung, have you ever thought that Academy City would allow you to bring Asura into the city?" Inticus continued to question him. For a moment, the place fell silent. Only the occasional breeze in the summer night blew between Sei Ito, Asola, and Inticus, causing their clothes to flutter. The breeze brought them some cool air. At this time, Ito Mori suddenly reached out his hands and grabbed Inticus and Asola. He quickly rushed into the shadow of a nearby building, then put his hands on their shoulders and hugged them tightly in his arms. He then leaned against the wall and hid there. "Shoo, there are pursuers." Just as Inticus, whose face had turned red, was about to throw a tantrum, Ito Sei moved his head close to Inticus and Asola's ears and explained in a low voice. Feeling the warm breath blowing into their ears, Entertainment King Korea read the entire text. Asola and Inticus's faces turned slightly red at the same time. At the same time, a series of messy footsteps suddenly sounded not far away from the 3 of them. The footsteps gradually ran into the distance. "Phew, we finally dodged it," Sei Ito exhaled softly. Then he retracted his hands from their shoulders and placed them on the ground behind Inticus and Asola. Then, before Inticus could say anything, Seito looked at Asola, who was kneeling on the ground with a serious expression, and asked, "May I know what drove you to decipher the Book of Law?" Asola looked at Seito quietly for a while before she said, "In a way, it was also a desire to gain power. Do you know what the original Codex of Grimoire is? Have you ever heard that the original Codex cannot be destroyed by any means?" Asola asked. Seito pretended to be puzzled and shook his head. Then he looked at Inticus. The so-called original Codex level grimoire means that the words, paragraphs, and chapters recorded in the grimoire will turn into magic marks. They will absorb the weak energy released by the ley lines or dragon ley lines as a source of power. It's like an automatic magic array. Therefore, the most we can do is to seal it. We can't destroy it. Inticus began to explain without further ado. Yes, the so-called grimoire is actually a blueprint. The grimoire that records lightning magic is also a device that generates lightning, especially the original Codex level grimoire. Even if it doesn't rely on human magic power, it can still amplify the small amount of energy released by ley lines or dragon ley lines to form a semi-permanent self-defense magic array. Asola explained in a more scientific way. With our current technology, we can't destroy the grimoire. At most, we can seal it and prevent anyone from reading it. However, we can't do it now, doesn't mean we can't do it in the future. Since the original codex is also a magic array, we can make it lose its effect by adding specific words or paragraphs. It's like manipulating a switch to change the track of a train. We can use the magic array itself to destroy it. In other words, we can make the original codex self-destruct. Asola continued after a short pause. The power of the grimoire can't bring happiness to anyone. It will only bring war. That's why I did some research on the structure of the Book of Witchcraft, hoping to destroy these Book of Witchcraft. When she said this, her expression was very firm and her tone was resolute. Is that so? I understand. Seito looked at Asola thoughtfully and nodded. Then, he looked at Asola with a serious expression and asked, "Then, are you willing to take off your nun's robe, change your appearance, and disguise yourself as an ordinary person without any religious beliefs?" Huh? Asola turned to Ito-sei with a perplexed expression upon hearing this, and asked in a perplexed tone, "What are you talking about?" "If you're willing to take off your nun's robe, change your appearance, and disguise yourself as an ordinary person without any religious beliefs, I can bring you into Academy City and ensure your safety," Seito said calmly as he looked into Asola's eyes. "Achum!" Inticus shouted angrily. Seito ignored Inticus's shouts. He stared at Asola without blinking, waiting for her decision. However, it seemed like the heavens of this magical forbidden world did not want things to go so smoothly. The sudden sound of a heavy object falling to the ground interrupted Asola's words and attracted the attention of Seito, Inticus, and Asola. On the ground, Steel, who was dressed in black, was covered in blood. He was lying on the ground in a sorry state. Blood was flowing out from the huge wound on his back. Then, the wall of a shop not far away from Seito seemed to swell and protrude outwards. The next moment, the wall suddenly exploded. At the same time, a black figure slowly walked out from the exploded wall. Under the illumination of the moonlight and starlight, Seito, Inticus, and Asola saw the figure's face. Chapter 871. The person was over 1.8 meters tall, around 25 years old, and had a skinny body. He wore a large t-shirt and jeans that would fit even a fat person. The t-shirt was white, but there were 2 red stripes on the right side of his chest, forming a cross. His hair was deliberately styled into a messy hairstyle, and it emitted a strange black luster like the shell of a stag. It was obvious that it was specially dyed. He wore a pair of basketball shoes with laces that were over 1 meter long, but for some reason, he never tied the laces. A leather-like rope hung around his neck, and 4 or 5 small electric fans with a diameter of about 10 centimeters were strung on the rope. The overall shape was as strange as it could get, But the most interesting thing was the thing in his hand. It was a two-handed sword that originated from France in the 17th century, with a length of more than 180 centimeters. Its characteristic was that the blade was curved like a flame. It was said that the purpose of this design was to increase its lethality. Under normal circumstances, this sword should be made of iron. If it was used in a ceremony, there would be a layer of gold foil on the outside. But the flame sword in the opponent's hand was snow white. At first glance, it looked like a plastic model that had not been painted. As for what material it was made of, Seito, who had not personally touched it, could not make a judgment. The current acting pope of the Amakusa style, Jiangingzai, Seito walked out from his hiding place and sized up the appearance of the person. Finally, his gaze fell on the person's face. He narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself that the omnipotent idler could read the entire text. Seito, he is the culprit behind all of this. As long as we defeat him, we win. Hurry up and do it. When Steele saw Seito, it was as if he saw his savior, and he quickly shouted. However, Seito only glanced at Steele, who was trying to stand up with trembling legs. He did not attack Jiangingzai according to what Steele said. He acted as if he was an outsider. Why did I meet you here? Didn't I tell you many times? Asola Aquina, we have no intention of harming you. After hearing Steele's words, King Gongjai glanced at Ito, Sei, before shifting his gaze to Asola behind Ito, Sei, and said in a frivolous tone, "The words you said to me back then, it was indeed full of hope. However, I cannot place my trust in peace that is built through violence." Asola first looked at the destroyed buildings around her, then at the injured Steele and the flame-shaped sword in King Gongzai's hand. She then looked at King Gongzai and said, "What a pity. Even if you return to the Roman Orthodox Church, what's the point?" Jian Gongzai gently moved his right arm that was holding the sword and tilted his head to the left. He didn't assume a martial arts stance. There were no magic tools on his body, nor were there any hidden magic markings on his clothes. He was truly unarmed. Although I really don't want to fight with a layman, it seems like I have no choice, Jian Gongzai said as he looked at Seito. However, both Steele, who was lying on the ground, and Seito, who was standing there motionlessly, found his judgment funny. They didn't expect Jian Gongzai to think that Seito was a layman. However, for this kind of error in judgment, even if Steele and Ito Seiji didn't get along, they wouldn't say anything to remind their enemy, Kinyuzaiji. Inticus, stand aside with Asola. Seito smiled and said to Inticus and Asola beside him, "Ah-chung, you have to be careful. The fighting style of Amakusa style is camouflage and deception. The effect of each attack isn't all real. There are also some cantrips mixed in to make up the numbers. Then, when the enemy isn't paying attention, you can release a powerful magic to deal a fatal blow to the enemy," Inticus said with a serious expression. "Got it. I'll be careful," Seito nodded in response. "Is that her? I didn't expect to see her here," Jian Gongzai said in a strange tone as he looked at Inticus. At this moment, Inticus and Asola walked to the side together and stood opposite of the other members of the Amakusa style. They gave the middle position to Seito and Jian Gongzai. Originally, our main enemy was the Roman Orthodox Church. However, since the English Puritans also jumped into this mess, I can't just ignore it. Besides, I can't let Asola be taken away by you." Jian Gongzai waved his flaming sword above his head like a windmill. He looked at Seito and said calmly, "In short, you have become my target. If you're willing to kneel down and surrender, I can spare you some blood." "You got two things wrong." Seito looked at Jian Gongzai calmly and said. Then he continued, "First, I'm not from the English Puritans, and of course I'm not from the Roman Orthodox Church. I don't belong to any faction. Second, I'm not a layman like you said." Before his voice fell, Ito Sei's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kinyuzaiji, waving his hand and chopping at Kinyuzaiji's neck, whose pupils suddenly shrank. Kin Gongzai's upper body fell back and dodged the sharp palm blade. At the same time, he waved the flame-shaped sword in his hand and chopped down at Ito Sei from top to bottom. This slash was not a normal slash. It was a wind elemental spell slash. Whoosh! In an instant, a gust of invisible wind slashed out in front of the character Jianghong Zhai, cutting a 4 to 5 centimeters deep, 15 to 6 centimeters wide, and 2 meters long thick dent on the cement ground. However, the expected scene did not appear in the eyes of the word, because Ito Sei, who was originally on the attack route, had completely disappeared in front of the word's eyes at this time. A gentleman in a red building. Watch out! Jiangong Zhai's subordinates suddenly warned him. At the same time, a sense of extreme danger rose from the bottom of his heart and forced him to follow his instincts. He turned around and blocked with his flaming sword. Bang! In an instant, there was a muffled sound, and Jiangong Zhai's body shot out like a cannonball, slamming into the wall of a nearby building, creating a huge hole in the wall. Acting Pope. The members of the Amakusa group shouted anxiously. At this moment, Seito waved his arms and used psychokinesis to create more than 10 wind blades that shot toward Jiangong Zhai's building. In the next moment, a whistling sound was heard. With a gust of wind, a whirlwind suddenly rushed out from the collapsed walls of the building, throwing the broken bricks on the ground away and blocking the incoming wind blades outside of the whirlwind. Then, the whirlwind dissipated, and an invisible air wave flew straight toward Seito. Although he couldn't see the appearance of the air wave and its path of travel, Ito Sei, who was able to capture the changes in the surrounding information with his spiritual perception, waved his hands again and used wind blades to meet the attack of Wu Xingbang. In an instant, an explosion was heard. A large cloud of white mist appeared between Ito and Jiangong Zhai's character and quickly dissipated. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, Ito Sei sped up, broke through the fog, and appeared in front of Kim Yuzai. When Kim Yuzai subconsciously reacted, Ito Sei suddenly squatted down, creating the illusion that Ito Sei had suddenly disappeared. At the moment when Kim Yuzai paused, Ito Sei suddenly stood up and punched Kim Yuzai's chin with a most ordinary uppercut that had become powerful after the enhancement of psychokinesis. Bang! Amidst the loud sound, Jiangong Zhai's body was thrown high into the air. However, Ito Sei's attack did not end there. When Kimiyu Sujuku was sent flying by the uppercut, Ito Sei suddenly raised his hand and slammed it on Kimiyu Sujuku's abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground at a speed faster than he was sent flying. Plop! The thin but muscular body hit the ground and made a dull sound. He actually knew how to use a defensive barrier in that situation, as expected of the guy who could be the acting pope of the Amakusa style. Looking at Jiangong Zhai, who had completely fainted on the ground, Ito thought to himself. He recalled the strange feeling when he hit Jiangong Zhai's body twice. Stop! Just when Ito leaned over and mentioned Jiangong Zhai, a cute girl with a majestic building on her chest and shoulder-length black hair shouted, "This is Wuha, right?" Ito looked at the source of the voice and thought to himself, "I only want to catch the main culprit. I'm not interested in the others." Ito looked at Wuha's chest for a moment before he retracted his gaze. He then leaned over and picked up Jiangong Zhai again. Then he dragged the unconscious Jiangong Zhai and slowly walked towards Index, Asola, and the injured Steel. "Wuha, let's drag him out first. We'll find a chance to save the acting pope." A female member of the Amakusa style beside Wuha said softly as she reached out and grabbed Wuha's arm. Then, Wuha glanced at Ito again before he disappeared into the night street of the parallel desert paradise with his companions. "You've done well. As long as you hand Asola over to the Roman Orthodox Church, this matter will be over." Even though he was injured, Steele still didn't forget to smoke as he looked at Ito's flame-shaped sword and Jiangong Zhai, who was dragged over by him. Hearing Steele's words, Asola's shoulders trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything. She still stood beside Index with a calm expression. While Asola was silent, Ito's voice sounded in her ears again. "What I said before still stands." Chapter 872. What do you mean? Steele asked with a frown, sensing that Sei Ito was implying something. However, Sei Ito did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked at Asola and waited for her reply. However, for some reason, Asola hesitated again. She did not immediately answer Sei Ito. Instead, she stood there silently with her eyes lowered. Sei Ito did not force the issue. He shrugged and tossed the word Construction Palace Jai and the flaming sword in front of Steele. Then, he walked to the side of the stairs and sat down, waiting for the situation to develop further. At this time, Steele was still angry about Ito Sei's words, but it would be best if he didn't cause any more trouble. Therefore, he silently bent down and picked up the words and the flame-shaped sword on the ground. He walked to a wall, not far away, and stopped, then put the words and the flame-shaped sword back on the ground. However, the Construction Palace Jai was now sitting cross-legged instead of lying unconscious. Then, Steele took out a stack of runes made from cardboard cards with waterproof membranes. He stuck them all over the Jiangong Jai character's body in a special arrangement and tied up the Jiangong Jai character. This was a type of confinement technique that combined with the characteristics of a barrier. As long as the word palace building moved slightly, it would activate the runes on the body, forming a high-temperature flame to burn. That kind of situation was definitely not something that normal people would want to enjoy. Ah Chung, are you all right? Indicus, who was running to Sei Ito's side, asked worriedly when Steele went to the word Construction Palace Jai. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sei Ito looked up at Indicus and comforted her with a smile. You saw the battle just now. That person didn't even touch me, right? That's good, Indicus said with a sigh of relief. Then, she changed the topic and continued. Now I can bite Ah Chung without worry. After saying that, Indicus opened his mouth and tried to bite Sei Ito. Why? Sei Ito asked in surprise as he raised his arm and sent it into Indicus's mouth. If you make me worried, of course I'll bite you. Besides, you treated me and Asola like that just now. If I don't bite you, I won't be able to vent my anger, Indicus said in a muffled voice as he bit Sei Ito's arm. Did you call me? Asola turned to look at Sei Ito and Indicus in confusion. I'm fine, Indicus said. He turned to Asola and said, Oh. She then turned to Sei Ito and exclaimed in surprise, Oh no, you're hurt. As he spoke, he took out a handkerchief folded into a square from somewhere and squatted down in front of Sei Ito. He reached out and grabbed the arm that Indicus had bitten earlier. Then, he carefully wiped Sei Ito's arm. Achung! Indicus immediately called out in a low voice. Ha! Ha! Sei Ito laughed dryly as he looked at Indicus. He didn't know what to do with the confused Asola. Fortunately, Steele, who was done with the palace building script, came back and eased Sei Ito's awkwardness. I'm going to bring Asola to Yanis. You two stay here for the time being. Look after that guy. I'll be back soon. Steele walked up and grabbed Asola's arm without any gentlemanly demeanor. He then pulled her up and looked at Sei Ito with a frown. Asola, I'll say it again. My words still stand. Sei Ito looked up at Asola with fear, panic, and confusion on his face. He said to Asola, who was at a loss. When Steele heard Sei Ito's words again, the bad feeling in his heart became even clearer. Without waiting for Asola's reply, he forcefully pulled Asola toward the location where he had contacted Yanis and the others through some unknown means. Sei Ito knew better than to rush things, so he didn't teach Steele a lesson. He quietly watched Asola and Steele walk away until they completely disappeared. Hey, Indicus, if I really become the enemy of the entire Cross sect because of Asola, or even get expelled from Academy City, will you be with me? When the time comes, are you willing to come with me? Ito Sei retracted his gaze and looked at Indicus. Huh? Indicus, who was suddenly asked such a serious question, had a shocked expression on her face. She didn't know how to answer. Psychologically speaking, she was willing to be with Sei Ito. However, other than that, she was also in charge of the Naked Catalog, which contained 103,000 books of knowledge. She was also a member of the Church of Necessary Evil, under the British Puritan Church. If the church sent an order to recall her, she wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, if things really got to that point, the church would definitely summon her back. Therefore, in this obvious dilemma, Inticus did not know what to do. Then let me put it another way. Are you willing to be with me? Ito sighed when he saw Inticus's conflicted expression and asked in a way that sounded like a confession. Of course. Inticus replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Ito grabbed Inticus's little hand and pulled her into his arms. If that's the case, I won't let you go, even if it means becoming the enemy of the British Puritan Church. Surprisingly, Inticus didn't bite Ito this time. She lay quietly in Ito's arms and let him hug her. Ugh. After a moment of silence, a painful groan suddenly sounded, attracting Ito and Inticus's attention. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you die. Ito let go of Inticus, stood up from the short steps, and slowly walked towards Gongzai with Inticus. After a while, Inticus slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, he understood why Ito warned him not to move. Hey, can you help me take these things away? Then Gongzai looked around and asked Ito anxiously, also, where's Asola, who was originally with you? Ito just looked at Gongzai quietly. He didn't follow Inticus's instructions to remove the runes, nor did he answer his question about Asola. Let me ask you a question. Are you really going to hand her over to the Roman Orthodox Church? You should know what will happen to her after she goes back, right? Gongzai frowned and continued to ask. She will be killed, Inticus said loudly without waiting for Ito's answer. Listen carefully, I'll tell you the conclusion first. Don't hand her over to the Roman Orthodox Church. The real goal of the Roman Orthodox Church is to kill her, Gongzai said in a hurried tone. Don't listen, Chung. This person is just using his words as a weapon. You must not listen to him. Think about it. What good will it do for the enemy to tell us the truth? Inticus finally found a chance to interject with a serious expression. We didn't steal the Book of Law, Gongzai said in a louder voice, suppressing Inticus's voice. Then, when he realized that Inticus had stopped talking, he calmed his voice and analyzed. Think about it carefully. Why would we want to steal the Book of Law? The Roman Orthodox Church is the largest religious sect in the world, with more than 2 billion followers. Would we make an enemy out of such a huge organization for a mere Book of Law? Don't pay attention to him, Chung. Inticus's body tensed up slightly, and he said firmly, we know that the Amakusa order has weakened because of the loss of the female pope. So, you want to use the mysterious and powerful magic recorded in the Book of Law to make up for your lack of strength. Isn't that right? But why do we need to increase our strength? Gongzai asked with a smile. Maybe he was too anxious, or the weather was too hot, or maybe it was something in between, but visible sweat dripped down Gongzai's face. The Amakusa order has been persecuted so many times in history. Don't we have any countermeasures? Outsiders don't even know where our headquarters is. Besides, there are many vortex points that only we know about in Nengshongjing's proudest special movement magic, miniature pilgrimage. If that's the case, how would the enemy attack the headquarters that only we know the location of? Gongzai explained to himself. Hey, let me ask you something. What kind of magic book is the Book of Law? Gongzai suddenly asked Ito and Inticus. Ito turned to look at Inticus, and Inticus could only explain unwillingly. The Book of Law is a magic book written in a strange language. The secret code is very complicated. It can even be said that it's a language of a completely different system. In the past, it was believed that the only person who could interpret the Book of Law correctly was the author, Edward Alexander. His other name was Crowley. The most important concept in the Book of Law was a sentence written by the author himself. Do as thou wilt, that is thy law. But other than that, no one knows the details. The Book of Law recorded the things described by Iwos. What exactly Iwos is also a mystery. Some say that he's Crowley's guardian angel, while others say that he's a criminal. As for the content, some believe that it teaches humans how to use angelic spells. Because the spells are too powerful. It's said that once the Book of Law is opened, the era of the cross religion will end, and a new era will begin. That's the problem, Jin Gongzai said meaningfully. That's the main point. The power of the Book of Law is indeed terrifying. If humans can really use angelic spells, the era of the cross religion will end in a day. When many people have the power to surpass the Pope, the power pyramid created by the Church will collapse. However, not everyone wants to obtain this power. After a pause, palace building Zhai continued. Chapter 873. P.S. Thank you to Mr. Barbecued Noodles and Mr. Saint Evil for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Mr. Nickfanny for your tip. So what if we get a higher status? In fact, we don't want this power at all. No, it should be said that normal believers of the cross don't want this power, King Ujai said. At this time, Indix, who had already guessed a possibility from King Ujai's words, couldn't help but change his expression. Do you understand now? The people of the Roman Orthodox Church don't want to get a powerful weapon like the Book of Law. What they want is a weapon to conquer the world, not a weapon to destroy the world. King Ujai stared into Sei Ito's eyes as he said. So, they decided to secretly eliminate Asola, the only person who could get the power of the Book of Law. However, Asola seemed to be aware of this, so she tried her best to arrange for herself to go to a place that the Roman Orthodox Church couldn't control, Japan. Ironically, her itinerary coincided with the delivery of the Book of Law. After arriving in Japan, she tried to contact the local cross sect in Japan, which is our Amakusa sect. In the end, we agreed to help her escape. The robbery of the Book of Law was just a show put on by the Roman Orthodox Church. How could we rob the Book of Law? They did this just to link Asola's disappearance to the Book of Law. When the two disappeared together, everyone would think that the murderer's goal was to decipher the Book of Law. But if she was the only one missing, then everyone would start to speculate about other possibilities, such as she escaped from the Roman Orthodox Church to save her life. Seeing that Sei Ito's expression didn't change, King Ujai sighed lightly. Now, do you still think that the Roman Orthodox Church is good? Can you say with certainty that Asola Aquinas was handed over to them? Nothing will happen to her? Don't you have any doubts in your heart? In the end, King Ujai questioned Sei Ito with a series of questions, trying to make him waver. If you still believe that it's not true, then tell me your basis. Otherwise, seriously face the doubts in your heart. Just think about it calmly. Everyone knows which side is the real enemy. Jianglong Zhai roared angrily. Sei Ito was still nowhere to be seen. If what you said is true, why did Asola escape from you? The first time I met Asola, she was walking alone near Academy City. According to Steele, the Roman Orthodox Church and the Amakusa clan were engaged in a fierce battle at that time. Asola must have taken advantage of the chaos to escape from the control of both sides. If what you say is true, why did she run away? Sei Ito said calmly as he looked at the words Jian Gong Zhai that was rising and falling rapidly. She's just like you now. Although she was the one who took the initiative to ask us for help, in the end, she still couldn't completely trust us. She must have had such thoughts in her mind. Those people have no reason to be willing to go against the Roman Orthodox Church, the world's largest religion, just to save me. They will definitely ask me to provide the way to interpret the Book of Law in return. After a moment of silence, Jian Gong Zhai sighed softly. Hearing this, Sei Ito finally understood why Asola didn't immediately give him an answer. In the end, Asola had doubts about his motives. Even if he clearly said that he didn't belong to any faction during the battle with Jian Gong Zhai and was alone, it was still the same. Even if it was because he was alone. On the contrary, it made Asola feel that he would ask her for the way to interpret the Book of Law, to gain strength, and have something to rely on to fight against the Roman Orthodox Church. For a moment, Sei Ito, Indix, and Jian Gong Zhai were all silent. At this moment, a high-pitched female scream suddenly came from afar. The voice was full of complex emotions, fear, rejection, despair, and pain. It made one's heart tighten. The moment the voice sounded, Seito immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. At the same time, Indix's gaze also fell on Seito. Did you hear that? Do you still have doubts about what I said? Jiangong, Zhai also looked at Seito and said. Then, without waiting for Seito to answer, he continued in a hurry. Now, as long as we act quickly, we can still save her life. But if we continue to waste time here, she will be in more and more danger. Now that the situation is urgent, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. Let's put our problems aside for now. The most important thing now is to protect Asola's safety. Even if we are still enemies, it doesn't matter. In addition, I beg you, you must take Asola Aquina back from the hands of the Roman Orthodox Church. Take her to a place where the Roman Orthodox Church, and we can't find her. Jiangong Zhai looked at Seito with a serious face and said. Seito nodded slightly and agreed to Jiangong Zhai's request. At this moment, a series of light footsteps sounded in the night sky. Then, two nuns, one tall and one short in spring black robes, gradually came into view of Seito, Indix, and Jiangong Zhai. The tall nun carried a wooden carriage wheel that was much bigger than a round table on her shoulder. The short nun had a belt around her waist. Hanging from her belt were 4 brown cloth bags that looked like ancient money bags. They were about the size of a baseball. Inside the bags were small objects that looked like coins. Along with the short nun's movements, the bags made a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. The taller nun took out an old leather-bound notebook from her sleeve pocket. She opened it and looked down. Then, she nodded and walked towards Seito. You're the helper of the unorthodox church, right? Please hand over the heresy's mastermind that you have captured to us. The one who is the enemy of God is he, right? After that, she turned her head and looked at Jiangong Zhai, who was detained. At the same time, the short nun beside her walked slowly toward Jiangong Zhai. Wait a minute. Seito looked at the tall nun and said, What's the matter? The tall nun stared at Seito and said, I want to see Asola again. Seito requested, I'm sorry, but we can't agree. Although Sister Asola has our protection, the enemy's strength is still unknown. So, she is not absolutely safe. Under such circumstances, we can only act according to the rules. The safety of our people is our top priority. When she returns to Rome, we will send you an invitation letter. The tall nun said in a businesslike manner. Since you can't bring her here, I won't force you. Seito said softly. Jiangong Zhai's face was filled with anger. When the tall nun sighed in relief, he continued, Take me with you. I'll go to your place to meet Asola. That should be fine, right? The tall nun frowned and looked at Seito for a while. Then, she sighed as if she had given up. Boom! Hundreds and thousands of wood chips flew towards Seito like arrows. PFFF, 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 PFFF. In the next moment, a series of light explosions rang out. An invisible telekinetic barrier blocked all the sawdust flying towards Seito and Inticus. New. Sister Lucia, is this a good idea? Didn't Sister Agnes say that we must avoid conflict with the guests as much as possible? The short nun looked at Sister Lucia with a flustered expression. Shut up, Sister Angelina. Damn it, that's why I don't want the heretics to move around freely. They should be chased away as soon as possible. It's all Sister Agnes' fault for giving such a naive order to leave them alone. You've really screwed me over. Sister Lucia first rudely reprimanded the short nun Angelina, then explained with an impatient expression. At this moment, the explosion of the wooden wheel had ended, but it didn't stay still on the ground like other wooden products. Instead, as if it had received a time reversal magic, it scrambled to gather in Sister Lucia's raised palm one after another. In the blink of an eye, it had converged into a wooden wheel that was exactly the same as the previous one. Troublesome things keep coming one after another. It's really unbearable. Let's just set it up so that you'll be killed by this person. That's the easiest way. After that, we'll kill this person and it'll be flawless. Sister Lucia shook her head slightly and said in a flat tone, That look gave people the feeling that he often did this kind of framing and framing. He had already lost his initial passion and nervousness. But it was clear that she didn't know what kind of person Seito was, or even if she did, she didn't take him seriously. She thought that she could easily deal with him with the spirit equipment in her hand, so she didn't even notice that Seito had already appeared in front of her while she was speaking. With a stunned expression, Seito slashed her neck and knocked her unconscious. Sister Lucia. Sister Angelina saw this and grabbed 2 small bags with both hands. She looked nervously and worriedly at Sister Lucia, who had collapsed in Seito's arms. What should I do? Sister Angelina, who didn't get a response from Sister Lucia, had an expression that looked like she was about to cry as she whispered to herself. You don't have to think about anything. Just sleep quietly for a while. Angelina was still a loss. Seito whispered as he appeared behind her with Sister Lucia in his arms. After saying that, he waved his right hand and chopped at Angelina's neck, knocking her out. Then, Seito gently placed Sister Lucia and Sister Angelina on the ground and walked to King Gongjai. Under Inachus's gaze, he removed the runes on King Gongjai's body and removed the restraints that Stair had placed on him. What do you plan to do now? King Gongjai asked as he stood up and looked at Seito. I'm going to get Asola back, Seito said calmly as he turned to look in the direction of the scream. Are you going to fight against 250 combat nuns with all kinds of spiritual equipment by yourself? Jiangong, Zhai asked with a frown. In this world, except for saints who can break through the speed of sound in an instant and masters who are as strong as saints, normal casters and a sea of people are no threat to me. Although Seito's tone was calm, the confidence he exuded made King Gongjai raise his eyebrows. It seems that I've underestimated you, King Gongjai said with a slightly surprised expression. Then, he changed the topic and continued. But that's still too reckless. I plan to first rescue my men captured by the Roman Orthodox Church, then launch an attack on them. Whatever, Seito said indifferently. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced through the sky, attracting the attention of Seito and King Gongjai. If I'm not wrong, the Roman Orthodox Church is planning to retreat, King Gongjai said. Inachus. Seito nodded and called out to Inachus. Hearing the summon, Inachus did not hesitate and immediately ran to Itosei's side. After that, Itosei bent down and hugged Inachus. With psychokinesis, he moved as fast as a sage. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the Jing Guangzai sign. Maybe he can really save that woman single-handedly. King Gongjai looked in the direction Seito disappeared and muttered to himself. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave immediately to save his men captured by the Roman Orthodox Church. However, at that moment, a piece of paper that fell quietly attracted his attention. On the other side, Seito, who was moving at a speed comparable to a saint, quickly arrived near the Roman Orthodox Church's troops. It's not good for you to get involved in what's going to happen next. Otherwise, it might trigger a war between the British Puritans and the Roman Orthodox Church. So, you have to hide in a corner and watch me fight, okay? Seito carried Inachus into a remote hiding place and grabbed Inachus's shoulders with both hands. Okay. Inachus hesitated for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. Then, he said worriedly, you have to be careful. Okay. Seito had a big smile on his face as he looked at Inachus and replied. Then, he leaned over and kissed Inachus's forehead before leaving the hiding place under Inachus's watchful eyes. Boom! Not long after Itosei left, a loud noise suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of Inachus, who was hiding in the room, Janus's troops, who were almost gathered, and Kiyomiya Zaiji and Steel, who were wandering further away. The next moment, a large tide of debris, made up of broken bricks, tiles, wooden tables and chairs, as well as indiscernible garbage and metal products, flew toward the Roman Orthodox Church's troops under the control of the invisible giant hand. This was the result of Seito's telekinesis forcefully destroying 2 shops, a set of garbage cans, and 2 vending machines. Chapter 874. Enemy Attack. At this moment, Yanis, who was surrounded by hundreds of nuns wearing black nun robes and holding various types of tactic spiritual equipment, shouted loudly. In fact, even if she didn't shout, such an obvious wave of attacks had already made the nuns nervous. She believed that as long as the wave of attacks reached a certain distance, they would definitely launch a storm-like counterattack. And now, with Yanis' shout, it was only to unify the previously chaotic and disorderly attacks to prevent useless repeated attacks and a waste of strength. Attack! At this moment, Yanis, who saw that the wave of debris had entered attack range, sternly ordered. Following Janice's shout, the nuns, who had long since become tense, immediately activated the tactic spiritual equipment in their hands, forming a single or area of effect attack that shot towards the tide of junk that was pressing down. In an instant, colorful beams of light and various physical attacks landed on the wave of debris one after another, triggering clear and audible explosions. However, the nuns, whose attention was completely attracted by the wave of debris in front of them and the smoke and dust from the explosion of the wave of debris after being hit by the tactic, didn't notice at all that there were dozens of metal objects of different sizes and shapes in the shadows formed by the wave of debris, but their edges were abnormally sharp. They avoided the tactic attacks in a strange way and flew in front of the nuns when they weren't paying attention, launching an attack at them. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Ouch! Accompanied by the sound of cloth tearing that was hidden in the wave of debris, a series of different painful cries came from the group of nuns. At the same time, the originally uniform attack movements also changed at this moment, revealing some debris, which hit the nuns who were almost unprepared, causing their attack movements to change. It created a big mistake. Under the influence of this situation, a dozen nuns who couldn't dodge in time were hit by the debris, leaving green or dark red wounds on their bodies. Just as the nuns attacked and retreated, reorganizing their group, the debris that was scattered on the ground due to the attack moved again. It once again appeared in front of the nuns in the form of a high-speed whirlpool, sucking in the debris that was still intact, forming a garbage tornado that moved towards the nuns. Moreover, due to the existence of debris, the tornado was no longer just a simple thing to sweep people away. Instead, it was like a turbine with sharp weapons installed all over its body, preventing people from touching it. Team 1 continued to attack. Team 2, Team 3 quickly set up a defensive barrier. Seeing this, Yanis, who was in the crowd, frowned and shouted, "Looks like there are still people who overestimate themselves and want to save you." After assigning the mission, Yanis raised her leg and kicked Asola's abdomen. Her voice was filled with mockery. Asola, who was hugging her abdomen, did not say a word. She moved her head slightly and looked out through the gap between the nuns. He wanted to see who would take such a huge risk to save him. But it was a pity that the nuns' encirclement was so tight that she couldn't see what was happening outside the encirclement. On the other side, Sei Ito, who heard Yanis' order to set up a defensive barrier, suddenly had a thought. He made the garbage tornado explode, and the debris that was swept into it fell towards the nuns below like a rain of debris. At the same time, Sei Ito, who had been hiding all this time, flashed. Like a ghost in the night, he rushed into the group that was a little chaotic due to the debris rain. He used his fists, legs, and psychokinesis to attack the nuns. Under Sei Ito's attack style, which could knock down one with a punch, send one flying with a kick, and send a bunch of them flying with a burst of psychokinesis, more than 20 nuns lost their ability to fight before they could react. They either groaned on the ground in pain or fainted directly, creating a large space for Sei Ito to move around. Then, Sei Ito stretched his arms forward, using psychokinesis to form an incomparably solid invisible wall. He pushed another group of nuns towards the others. He used them to disrupt the group of nuns, and also used them to obstruct the nuns who had nothing to do from activating their spells or spiritual equipment, creating some time for his own attack. As expected, under the push of the crowd, the group of nuns immediately scattered to the sides. Seeing this, Ito changed his psychokinesis from pushing to grabbing. In an instant, he grabbed a dozen nuns and threw them at the separated group of nuns, creating chaos again. Just like this, Ito quickly scattered the group of Roman Orthodox nuns under the exchange of pushing, smashing, grabbing, and hitting attacks. He approached Yanis and Asola, who had fallen beside her. At this moment, before Asola, who was overjoyed at the sight of Ito's could say anything, Yanis, who was holding a long and thin silver staff with a lotus-like tip, began to chant, "One of my idols. Follow the law of the Son of God and the cross. Connect the foreign objects and the heretics." She raised her arm slightly and knocked the bottom of the silver staff heavily on the ground. Clang! Accompanied by this soft sound, a blast of air suddenly exploded in Ito's ear. It was as if a shock wave was hit by an invisible heavy object and hit Ito's face. Although the attack was invisible, the moment the attack was produced, the air would still change to reveal the original trace. So, Ito, almost at the same time the attack was produced, he stretched his arm in front of his face and formed a psychokinesis barrier with his palms and palms to block the attack. Bang! A clear muffled sound immediately rang in Ito's ears. At this time, the combat nuns who finally took a breather from Ito's attack immediately raised various spiritual equipment weapons with special symbolic meanings in their hands and launched attacks of different colors at Ito. At the same time, Yanis, who saw that her attack had missed, took out a small knife and slashed at the silver staff in her hand. With this sharp sound, an attack suddenly appeared in the air around Ito and bombarded Ito. Seeing so many attacks coming at him, Ito was too lazy to dodge and immediately opened a psychokinesis barrier around him, blocking all the attacks outside the barrier. Bang, 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 bang. With muffled sounds, the psychokinesis barrier couldn't help but tremble slightly after receiving several dozen attacks. It was just that although the psychokinesis barrier was trembling, the degree of fluctuation made it impossible to see how strong the attacks outside were. It was as if the nuns outside were deliberately going easy on him. Then with a thought from Ito, a sudden whirlwind spun up from under his feet and wrapped around Ito in the blink of an eye. Then the whirlwind spun faster and faster, and the range of its influence became larger and larger. Soon, it filled the entire psychokinesis barrier. After brewing in the psychokinesis barrier for a few seconds, the whirlwind suddenly exploded from the psychokinesis barrier that suddenly disappeared and formed a violent turbulence that blew towards the combat nuns in the surroundings. Under the attack of the strong wind, the nuns guarding the innermost layer were immediately blown to the side and fell towards the other combat nuns beside them. The combat nuns who were closest to Ito and guarding in front of Yanis were also attacked by the strong wind and were sent flying by the strong wind. However, Eunice and Asola, who was lying on the ground beside her, were completely unaffected. They remained where they were, completely unaffected. This was because all the strong wind blowing towards them was blocked by the invisible barrier in front of Yanis and was guided out from the sides. Bang! At this time, a muffled sound rang out, and Ito, who left a footprint on the ground, suddenly appeared in front of the invisible barrier. He lowered his waist and assumed a posture of throwing a punch, and with the support of his psychokinesis, he directly punched the barrier in front of him. Boom! Under the direct punch of unknown strength, the transparent barrier was like a fragile piece of glass, shattering with a crisp kacha sound. Then, without any hindrance, his fist directly bombarded Yanis' face. Seeing the barrier in front of her break, Yanis' expression tensed, and she subconsciously blocked with a slender silver staff in front of her. Although the fist used some strength to break the barrier, the remaining strength was still very large and was not something that the silver staff made of unknown materials could resist. Immediately, with a clear kacha sound, it broke into two pieces. Whoosh! Just when Eunice thought that she would inevitably take this punch, Ito's fist suddenly stopped 2 or 3 centimeters away from her face. At the same time, a strong wind rushed out from the fist and blew Eunice's body back. She didn't fall to the ground until she was more than 2 meters away and rolled to a stop. Judging from the power of the fist wind, if that punch really hit Yanis' body, it would definitely explode Yanis' head like a watermelon. Immediately after, Seito took a step forward and appeared in front of Yanis, who was crawling up from the ground. Using his palm as a knife, he chopped at Yanis' delicate neck and knocked her unconscious. Plop! Yanis, who had just crawled up, powerlessly fell to the ground again. After doing all this, Seito bent down and picked Yanis up. Like a hunter carrying a dead prey, he turned around and faced the Roman Orthodox Church's combat nuns present. He silently showed them his strength and announced the result of this battle. After seeing all this, the combat nuns paused for a moment and all put down the weapons in their hands, showing an attitude of surrender. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons falling to the ground echoed in the night sky. Are you okay? Ignoring the combat nuns around him, Seito directly walked in front of Asola with Yanis in his hand and extended his arm to her with a smile. Chapter 875. She reached out to grab Seito's hand and stood up from the ground. However, perhaps due to her severe injuries, the weak Asola immediately fell into Seito's arms. I'm fine. Asola looked up at Seito and said with a gentle smile on her face, Now it seems that even without your agreement, you would have been taken over by me, Seito said with a smile as he looked at the combat nuns who were standing in the same spot and didn't know how to react. Thank you, Asola thanked him softly. Seito smiled when he heard that. He then turned to look in the direction of the attack and said, Inticus, come here. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-haired nun, Inticus, who was wearing a white nun's habit with golden embroidery and a white hood with golden embroidery, dashed out from behind a building and quickly ran towards Seito. Achtung! Inticus, who had run to Seito about 10 seconds later, said with concern, Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Do I look like someone who's hurt? Seito stretched out his right arm that was holding Yanis and showed Inticus his body. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed slightly. He quickly continued, But this time, no matter what, you can't bite me anymore. I don't want to end up with a body full of injuries when the battle is over. Humph! Inticus, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, snorted with displeasure. All right, let's go to the side and rest. We'll wait for Steel and the rest of the Amakusa sect to come over, Seito said as he looked at the combat nuns around him. Then, he carried the unconscious Yanis with one hand and Asola's waist with the other, supporting the weak Asola and Inticus to the side. They sat down in front of a short staircase where they could rest. Achung, what are you going to do with Asola? Inticus, who was standing at the side, asked Seito, who was sitting beside Asola. Upon hearing Inticus's question, Asola, who was quite concerned about her next destination, also looked at Seito, who was beside her. After a few seconds of silence, Seito said in a low voice, I'll send her to a place where no one can find her. Is there such a place? Although she didn't have memories from more than a year ago, she was still a member of the Church of Necessary Evil in England. Inticus, who didn't know much about the influence of the Roman Orthodox Church, asked with a puzzled expression. He knew that the Roman Orthodox Church had a vast influence. Why not? Say it. And there are quite a number of such places. They're not suitable places for normal people's S. Are you going to send Asola to some kind of uninhabited island or primitive forest? Inticus asked in shock. Even Asola, who had been calm all this time, had a slight change in her expression. Why would I send Asola to such a place? She's a weak girl who doesn't know martial arts or magic. If she goes to such a place, she'll definitely lose her life, Seito said in an annoyed tone. Then, before Inticus could ask any more questions, he explained, I'll use other methods to send Asola to a place where no one from the Roman Orthodox Church can find her. As for where that place is, I can't tell you because there might be some people around us eavesdropping on our conversation. If I tell you where that place is, it might put Asola in danger again. Inticus's face tensed up when he heard that there might be other people or factions around them. He looked around seriously, trying to see if he could find anything from the perspective of magic. However, after looking around, Inticus did not find anything. He then waited quietly with Sei Ito and Asola for the arrival of Steel and the members of the Amakusa clan. Soon, Steel's tall figure appeared in front of Sei Ito, Inticus, and Asola, accompanied by clear footsteps. "You're really something, huh? You actually single-handedly wiped out the entire army of combat nuns of the Roman Orthodox Church. It seems like you're determined to take Asola away," Steel said in a mocking tone while holding a cigarette in his mouth. Seito only glanced at Steel indifferently. He ignored Steel like he was air. "Where's the cross I gave you before?" After being taught a lesson twice, Steel knew that he could not get along well with Seito. However, he was not angry. He held the cigarette in his hand and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "I threw it away during the battle, just now. It's probably in pieces now," Seito explained with an indifferent expression. Steel frowned when he heard this. He did not say anything else and walked to the side by himself. A minute after Steel arrived, the Amakusa clan also arrived at the scene with the members of the Amakusa clan. They thought they were going to fight, but when they saw the scene, they all looked at each other in shock. All of them looked at each other in dismay. Finally, they all looked at Ito-sei with disbelief and shock. Everyone is finally here. Ito-sei stood up from the stairs and glanced at Steel, Kinga Kazaiji, and the members of the Amakusa order. He said, "I'll take Asola away later. I'll be responsible for her safety in the future. As for Agnes and the nuns under her command, I'll take care of them. You can do whatever you want with her. I won't participate." "You protect? How are you going to protect her? Just based on your level 5 superpower? What a joke. Do you know how many experts in the Roman Orthodox Church are on par with you? How many people are on par with you? You, who are almost ignorant of the magic world, actually said such big words. It's really funny." As soon as his voice fell, Steel immediately looked at Ito-sei with a mocking expression. "I have my own ways. You don't need to worry about this." Seito looked back at Steel and said indifferently, "I don't care about your safety. I'm talking about her." Steel's expression was full of disdain as he curled his lips and pointed at Indicus. Indicus looked at Steel in confusion. He didn't know why this stranger, whom he had never met before, was so concerned about his safety. Could it be because they were both members of the British Puritan Church? "What I said also includes her," Seito said firmly. Steel stared at Seito quietly for a moment, then said in a cold voice, "I hope what you said is true. If I find out that she has been hurt in the slightest, and I don't mind capturing you and burning your bones to ashes." Seito knew who Steel was talking about. It was the former pope of the Amakusa clan, one of the only 20 saints in the entire magic forbidden world, Kanzaki Kaori. She was the only one who could cause substantial harm to Seito and even threaten his life. "You won't have a chance. If you dare to take Indicus away again, I don't mind using any despicable means to do something you don't want to see," Seito said as he looked at Steel with sharp eyes. Steel snorted coldly, ending his conversation with Seito. "I'll need your help later." Seito then turned to Jiangong Zhai and said bluntly, "Sure." Jiangong Zhai happily nodded his head in agreement. "Then let's go now," Seito said. "Okay." Jiangong Zhai still agreed happily. Seito didn't waste any more time. He reached out and helped Asola up from the stairs. Then, he held Indicus's little hand and left with Jiangong Zhai and the rest of the Amakusa clan members under Steel's gaze. Steel was left alone to deal with Janice on the ground and the group of Roman Orthodox Church nuns standing nearby. On the other hand, under the control of the members of the Amakusa clan, Ito-sei, Asola, Inticus, and the other members of the Amakusa clan disappeared from Tokyo City after the cooldown ended. "Miwa, take some people and take care of the wounded." Jiangong Zhai appeared in the middle of a cluster of buildings after using the spell. Then, he ordered the big-breasted girl Miwa, who was holding a 2-meter-long pitch-black triangular spear. Miwa nodded and led the rest of the Amakusa clan members to take care of the wounded and treat them. After this, Do you plan to lead the entire Amakusa clan to join the British Puritan Church and continue to follow in the footsteps of Kanzaki Kaori? When only Sei Ito, Jiangong Zhai, Indicus, and Asola were left, Sei Ito looked at Jiangong Zhai and asked, "That's right." Jiangong Zhai frowned and nodded in agreement. "I don't think that's a good choice." Sei Ito nodded and said, "What do you mean?" Jiangong Zhai asked with a puzzled expression. "Kanzaki Kaori is one of the only 20 saints in this world, and she's one of the top ones. Her existence is a huge deterrent to the British Puritan Church. But at the same time, because of her powerful strength, the British Puritan Church is also very wary of her existence. They're always thinking of ways to increase their control over her. If you join the British Puritan Church this time, although your original intention is to follow in her footsteps and provide her with reliable support, it will also become an invisible fetter for Kanzaki Kaori. This is what the British Puritan Church wants. When the time comes, the British Puritan Church might use your existence to give Kanzaki Kaori missions that she doesn't need to do." Sei Ito explained in a soft and straightforward tone. "If that's the case, are you still going to join the British Puritan Church?" Chapter 876. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Nickfany for their tips. As a student of Academy City who didn't know anything about magic, don't you think you know too much? After listening to Ito Sei's statement, Kingong Zhai, who had been silent for a short while, looked at Ito Sei with a scrutinizing gaze. "Too much? That's not what I think." Sei Ito shrugged nonchalantly at Kingong Zhai's questioning words. As a psychic who has already come into contact with the world of magic, it's normal to want more information to deal with enemies that may come at any time, right? Besides, everything I just said, as long as it's a normal human, they should have thought of it, right? Have you never thought about it? King Gongzai paused for a moment. Obviously, he was too focused on thinking about how to join the British Puritans and didn't think about what kind of trouble the Amakusa style would bring to Kanzaki Kaori. However, Jian Gongzhai was, after all, the acting pope of a sect. Even if the overall power of the sect wasn't great, he was still intelligent enough to lead the sect members. He quickly recovered from the awkwardness and asked another question in a questioning tone to change the topic. "Tell me your purpose. I want your Amakusa style to be under my command." Ito Sei stared at the eyes of King Gongzai without blinking and said softly. After hearing Sei Ito's request, King Gongzai, Inticus, and Asola all looked at Sei Ito in shock. They wanted to confirm whether they were hallucinating or not. Looks like that Puritan mage was right. "You are crazy." King Gongzai shook his head and mocked Sei Ito. He couldn't see anything from Sei Ito's expression. "Since I dared to accept you guys, I naturally have a way to deal with any problems that may arise. So now, I just want to know if you're willing to lead your Amakusa style to accept my invitation and join me." Sei Ito didn't care about King Gongzai's mocking. His tone was still as calm as ever. "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. However, it's a pity that all the members of our Amakusa style only want to follow that one person. So I'm sorry, we won't join you." King Gongzai sized up Sei Ito with a strange expression. His body was exuding a strong sense of confidence. "So, you guys still want to join the British Puritans?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said softly, "I heard what you said before. Before I find a way to get the best of both, I won't join the British Puritans." King Gongzai sighed, said, "Fortunately, the troops sent by the Roman Orthodox Church to capture Asola were also defeated by you. So the Amakusa-style's relationship with them is not as tense as before. Plus, our Amakusa-style's unique concealment technique. I believe our Amakusa style will be safe for the time being. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you." King Gongzai's expression changed. King Gongzai looked at Sei Ito with a smile and said. Sei Ito didn't feel anything about King Gongzai's mockery. He shrugged and accepted King Gongzai's gratitude. "If you guys make up your mind in the future, use that phone number to contact me." Sei Ito said, "I will think about it." King Gongzai nodded and promised. Sei Ito nodded. He opened his arms and hugged Asola, and Inticus. Then he activated psychokinesis and flew into the sky in front of King Gong's-hai. They quickly disappeared from King Gong's-hai's sight. After flying for some distance, Ito found a dense forest and landed with Inticus and Asola in his arms. "What's wrong?" Inticus raised his head and looked at Ito in confusion. Ito took a deep breath and looked at Inticus and Asola. He then said softly, "I will send Asola to the place where no one can find her. At the same time, I will also reveal my most important secret to you." "Secret? What secret?" Inticus asked unhappily when he heard that Ito had something to hide from him. Asola was also looking at Ito with a puzzled expression. "You will know soon." Ito chuckled. With a thought, he disappeared with Inticus and Asola and appeared in Academy City, a city in the southern part of the Rubik's Cube world. Where is this?" Inticus asked nervously when he saw the sudden change in his surroundings. Similarly, Asola also looked around curiously, trying to find out something from her surroundings. "According to your knowledge system, this is a different world," Ito explained in terms that Inticus and Asola could understand. Different world?" Inticus and Asola looked back at Ito in shock, trying to confirm if he was telling the truth. "Yes, different world." Ito smiled. Then he pushed the two to the edge of the building. He looked down at the quiet street and said, "As long as we are here, no one from the Roman Orthodox Church will be able to find us." I didn't expect that I would be able to see the legendary different world with my own eyes in my lifetime. "It's really amazing," Asola said softly as she looked down at the modern street. "Then, Ah-chung, what world is this? Heaven? Demon world? Buddha world? Or is it simply another world that is separated from our original world?" Inticus, who had 103,000 volumes of knowledge in the Book of Witchcraft, asked excitedly. "The last one is a world similar to the one we were in before," Ito explained. "Then this different world is the same as our world? Does it also have heaven, demon world, Buddha world, magicians, and churches?" Inticus asked again. "This world is a pure land. There aren't so many different worlds, and there are no churches that require people to believe in them. It's a peaceful world," Ito said as he shook his head. "Is it really a pure land?" Asola repeated softly as she turned to look at Ito. "At least for now," Ito said with a nod. Then, "Ah-chung, who are you? Why is he able to bring others freely between the two worlds?" Inticus asked Ito with a frown, as if he had thought of something. Asola was very curious about this as well. "Because I'm a master of this world," Ito said with a smile. "Ah." Asola's mouth opened slightly as she looked at Ito in shock. "Realm Master?" Inticus, who had always been thick-skinned, tilted his head and asked. Then, Inticus's expression froze. He looked at Ito with his eyes wide open and said, "Ah-chung, you're a person from another world?" "Yes." Ito nodded and admitted without hesitation. Then, he ignored Inticus, who had a conflicted expression on his face, and said, "All right, it's late now. I'll prepare a room for Asola to live in from now on." With a thought, Han Shuo disappeared with Inticus and Asola and reappeared in an empty room. The room was neither big nor small. It was about 80 square meters. It had 3 rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. It was more than enough for 1 person to live in. "This house will be your home from now on. How do you feel?" Asola, who had not left Ito's arms since they entered the Rubik's Cube world, asked. "I'm very satisfied. Thank you." Asola thanked him politely. "That's good." Ito smiled and let go of Inticus and Asola. He walked to the sofa in the living room and took out a quantum computer to connect to the Rubik's Cube world's network. He then said to Asola, "You and Inticus can sit aside for a while. I'll get you a resident status here." Asola nodded and sat down with Inticus. "Ah-chung, I'm hungry." Inticus, who was resting, said after sitting down. "Look at me." Ito, who had temporarily stopped what he was doing, raised his hand and patted his forehead lightly. Then, with a thought, More than 10 plates of steaming Chinese home-cooked dishes and a pot of rice appeared in front of Asola and Inticus, giving off an alluring aroma. "Go ahead and eat," Ito said, and then immersed himself in operating the quantum computer again. He began to process Asola's resident status. "It's done." A moment later, with a beep sound, Itose reached out and took out a magnetic card with a laser layer on the surface from the card maker. The card had Asola's portrait and her identity information on the upper left corner of the front and a series of numbers on the lower right corner. Then, Seito flipped his palm, and a series of keys with a metallic luster that reflected the light appeared in his hand. Together with the magnetic card, he handed them to Asola, who was taking small bites of her food. "This is the key to the house and your identity card, especially the identity card, which combines multiple functions such as identity card, bank card, transportation card, and so on. It can be used in any situation. Don't lose it," Seito said to Asola, who put down her bowl and chopsticks and took the identity card and key. After that, you can rest at home for 2 days and familiarize yourself with the situation of this world. Then I will arrange a job for you so that you won't be bored and lonely, Seito continued. "You are so thoughtful. Thank you for the trouble. I'm really sorry." Asola, who was used to being unusually polite, said very respectfully, "Eat first. I'll treat your injuries later, and then I'll leave with Inticus. We'll return to Academy City and continue to be my good student," Itose said with a smile as he leaned back on the sofa in a relaxed manner. Since you have a world, why are you still pretending to be a student in Academy City?" Hearing Itose's words, Asola asked after hesitating for a moment. "Because this world still needs to be built," Seito, who put away his smile, said seriously. "In order to build this world more perfect, I still have a lot of things to collect, find, and then add to the foundation of this world." "You are so great," Asola said with a serious expression. "I can't say that I'm great. After all, this world belongs to me. I can't just watch my world go to waste like this," Seito said with a shrug. "But, Ah Chung, if you were the Realm Lord, then wouldn't you be the same existence as the Lord?" Inticus, who had food in his mouth, said with a muffled voice. Hearing this, Asola's expression also changed. She looked at Seito with a serious face, wanting to hear what he had to say. "In terms of position, I am the same as the Lord in the Cross sect, but the level of power is completely different. However, I am confident that I can obtain the same power as the Lord described in the Cross sect's Bible in the near future," Seito explained with a confident face. Then he changed the topic and said in a joking tone to Inticus and the thoughtful Asola, "So what do you think? Do you want to change your faith and become a saint or an apostle in the future?" "I don't want to believe in Acheng," Inticus rejected without hesitation. He then buried his head in the delicious food in front of him. "Please allow me to think about it," Asola replied with a serious expression. Are you serious?" Seito looked at Asola in surprise. Don't you need believers?" Asola asked in confusion. "I don't know why the Lord of the Cross sect wants to develop a religion, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't need believers. Of course, if you are willing to believe in me, I don't mind," Seito explained. "I see," Asola said with a look of realization. However, with Seito's understanding of her, he didn't have much hope that she would take his advice seriously. After a while, Asola, who had a smaller appetite, put down her bowl and chopsticks first. "Are you done eating?" Seito asked Asola. "Yes, thank you very much for your hospitality." Asola thanked him in her overly respectful manner. "Since you're done eating, follow me. I'll treat your injuries first," Seito said as he stood up from the sofa. "Okay," Asola replied. Then, she followed Seito into one of the bedrooms in the new residence. "Take off your nun's habit," Seito said. Oh, okay." Asola was stunned at first. Then, with a blush on her face, she pulled the chain on the nun's habit and took off the nun's habit in front of Seito, revealing a set of white-laced bra and panties, as well as a fair and tender body covered in bruises. "Tisk, Yanis is really ruthless," Seito sighed as he looked at the wounds on Asola's body. Chapter 877. Okay, that's good enough. Seeing Asola put her hands behind her back and was about to take off her bra, Ito-sei hurriedly stopped her. Okay, Asola replied as she looked at Ito-sei with a surprised expression. Go lie down on the bed, say, Ito ordered. Asola didn't hesitate. She turned around and walked to the clean bed. She sat down and lay on the bed with her back facing up. Seeing that Asola was lying down, Ito-sei slowly walked over to her side and sat down. His hand glowed with a green light as he gently placed it on Asola's body where Yuching was lying down and used a medical ninjutsu to heal her. In an instant, Asola felt a cool sensation from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy the feeling. Under the treatment of a medical expert like Sei Ito, most of Asola's flesh wounds were healed in no time. Only a small part of her body was left to be treated by Sei Ito. But at this time, Inticus, who hadn't seen Sei Ito for a long time, suddenly appeared in the room. He looked at Sei Ito unhappily and said, Ah Chung. Seeing Inticus's expression, how could Ito-sei not understand that he would definitely be bitten by the extremely jealous Inticus later? Inticus, wait a minute. Let me heal Asola's injuries first. Ito-sei hurriedly said to Inticus, who was slowly approaching. Ah Chung, what method are you using to heal Asola? Why do I feel a faint magical energy in your hand? Aren't people with superpowers not allowed to use magic? Inticus asked as he looked at the green light on Sei Ito's hand. This isn't magic. It's a power called ninjutsu in another world. Maybe it's the life energy in the ninjutsu I'm using that made you misunderstand, Sei Ito explained. In the world where magic was forbidden, the so-called mana was the power purified by the refinement of life force. To a certain extent, it was similar to the yang attribute of medical ninjutsu, mokutan, and telekinesis in the hunter's world. It was no wonder that Inticus had misunderstood the situation. The power of another world? Inticus repeated as he carefully observed the green energy on Sei Ito's hand. Asola, who also heard the conversation between the two, also looked at Sei Ito's hand that was covering her body, observing the so-called power of another world. Ah Chung, other than entering our world, you can also enter other worlds. Can we go to other worlds? Inticus asked curiously. Yes. Sei Ito nodded. Then he changed the topic and continued. In the future, I'll find time to take you to other worlds to broaden your horizons. You won't be limited by the shackles of one world and one technique. All right, Inticus and I should go now. I'll visit you again next time, Sei Ito said as he healed the last piece of green on Asola's body. Let me send you off, Asola said as she stood up. No need. We'll leave this world and return to the outside world. Just rest well, Sei Ito said as he pressed Asola's shoulder and pushed her back onto the bed. Inticus, we're leaving, Sei Ito said as he held Inticus's hand. Goodbye, Asola. I'll ask Ah Chung to send me here to visit you in the future, Inticus said to Asola. All right, I'll look forward to your next visit, Asola said with a gentle smile. After the two left, Sei Ito nodded at Asola. Then, with a thought, he brought Inticus back to the Forbidden World. Inticus, remember to keep what you saw just now a secret. Otherwise, you'll get me killed, Sei Ito reminded Inticus when he reappeared in the forest of the Forbidden World. I know. I won't tell anyone about what happened there, Inticus promised with a serious expression. Sei Ito smiled at Inticus. Then, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. He activated psychokinesis and soared into the sky again, flying toward Academy City at high speed. Traveling at twice the speed of sound, it didn't take long for Ito-sei to fly into Academy City with Inticus. They landed in front of his dormitory. Then, he took out his key and opened the door. Then, he brought Inticus into the room. It's late. Let's sleep early, Sei Ito said as he took off his clothes. After taking off their clothes, Sei Ito and Inticus went into the bathroom to wash up. After that, they climbed onto the bed and prepared to rest. Ah Chung, are you sure you want to extend your sinful hands to a pure nun? Inticus said to Ito-sei, who was lying on the bed, with a pure smile on his face that was comparable to the Virgin Mary. How can my actions be sinful? First of all, Inticus, you're already 15 years old. You're almost 16. According to the laws of this country, you're about to reach the age where you can get married. You're a proper girl. Second of all, we just shared a bed in the ruins of the Mingza Theater. What we're doing now is reliving old memories. It's not a crime at all, Sei Ito, who was lying on his side with his right hand supporting his head, retorted with a smile. I'm not a citizen of this country. Besides, I'm a pure nun. I've dedicated my whole body and soul to the Lord. Anyone who dares to touch me is sinful. Inticus said proudly with her chin raised. All right, it's getting late. I still have to go to school tomorrow. Let's go to bed. Sei Ito shook his head in amusement. Then he grabbed Inticus's shoulder and pressed her down on the bed. He hugged her and closed his eyes. Umph. Inticus, who saw that her Virgin Mary mode did not work, snorted coldly. Then she opened her mouth and bit Sei Ito's exposed chest. Sei Ito, who felt the pain in his chest, immediately used his will to reduce the pain in that area. Then he used his energy to heal the wound on his body. Then he hugged Inticus tightly and rested without moving. Inticus, who had been biting Sei Ito for a long time without seeing anything happen to him, also felt tired. She let go of Sei Ito and found a comfortable position in his arms. Then she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Sei Ito slowly woke up from his sleep as the sun shone through the window. Then he carefully moved Inticus, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, away. He got off the bed and went into the bathroom to wash up. After he was done, he went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast and lunch for Inticus. More than 10 minutes later, Inticus, who smelled the aroma of food, woke up from her sleep. After that, Ito Seiji had breakfast with Indix, who was only wearing a pair of white underwear and a white shirt that was large enough to be used as pajamas. His pair of white legs and half of his left shoulder were exposed. Then he turned around and walked out of the dormitory. He walked slowly toward a high school where he was studying. Ah Chung, good morning, Meow. As soon as he walked into the classroom, Tsuchimikado Motoharu greeted Sei Ito in his peculiar way of speaking. Good morning, Sei Ito replied with a smile as he walked toward his seat with his backpack. After Sei Ito sat down, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who had his hands in his pockets, turned to look at him and said, I heard you had a good time yesterday, Meow. It was okay. Why? Did someone invite you to the game yesterday? Sei Ito glanced at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and said, Yes, Meow. Unfortunately, the mission progress was wrong and I quit the game halfway, Tsuchimikado said with a regretful expression. Then he looked at Sei Ito and asked, What about you? I heard you got the reward for clearing the game. You're interested in the reward? Sei Ito looked at Tsuchimikado with a faint smile. That's your reward. I'm not interested, Meow. But if someone wants to steal your things and create trouble, I don't mind becoming a street sweeper and cleaning the environment, Tsuchimikado Motoharu said with a serious expression as he stared at Sei Ito. I also like the current living environment. If there are any snakes, insects, rats, or ants that pollute the environment, I'm also very willing to become a cleaner, Sei Ito said with a smile as he looked back at Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Oh, it seems we have the same interests. After looking at Sei Ito for a few seconds, Tsuchimikado Motoharu suddenly returned to his previous lazy appearance and said, What are you talking about? At this time, Kamiju Toma, who walked into the classroom and came to their seats, looked at the two and asked, We're talking about a very popular MMORPG. Tsuchimikado Motoharu replied with a smile, then looked at Kamiju Toma and asked, How about it? Do you want to play with me? Forget it. I'm not interested in MMORPG at all. Kamiju Toma, who sat down, said politely. That's a pity, Tsuchimikado Motoharu sighed with regret. Rather than saying it's a pity that Kamiju Toma doesn't play MMORPG, it's better to say that it's a pity that you can't see Kamiju Toma's unlucky appearance after losing his account and having his items stolen, Sei Ito said from the side. Ha ha, you really know me. Ah Chung. Tsuchimikado Motoharu laughed along. Are you guys so bored that you're building your happiness on my pain? Kamiju Toma looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Sei Ito with an unhappy expression and said loudly, "That's right. Ashang, you're our entertainment program." Tsuchimikado Motoharu admitted without hesitation. If I don't see Kamiju Toma's unlucky appearance for a day, I always feel that something is missing in my life, so Kamiju, just accept it, Sei Ito said in agreement. How did I make friends like you guys? It's really unfortunate. Kamiju Toma said weakly. Chapter 878. Ring, 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 ring. Along with the noisy ringing of the bell, the morning class was officially over. Ah-chung, wait. Just as Sei Ito was about to leave, Tsuchimikado Motoharu suddenly called out to him. Then, under Sei Ito's puzzled gaze, he continued, "Come with me. There's someone who wants to see you." Ito Mori frowned when he heard this, but he still nodded and agreed. He followed the sloppy Tsuchimikado Motoharu out of the classroom, left the school, and finally stood on the rooftop of a high-rise building. The next moment, she was dressed as usual, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt with a hem tied up high below her chest, revealing her flat stomach and navel. And because the t-shirt was tied up, her chest looked even more prominent. She was wearing a pair of jeans with one side of the pants completely cut off, revealing her entire thigh. Her snow-white thighs extended all the way to the root, clearly visible. Kanzaki Kaori appeared in front of Ito Sei's eyes. Her long black hair was tied up by a white ribbon in the shape of a bow. She was wielding a long sword that was over 2 meters long. Phew, I thought it was that big boss Alistair. That scared me. Sei Ito thought to himself. Big sis, I brought him. Tsuchimikado Motoharu raised his hand and greeted Kanzaki Kaori, who had her back facing them and was overlooking the city scenery. Hearing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's greeting, Kanzaki Kaori finally turned around and looked at Sei Ito. "Finally, you're no longer that annoying smoking guy," Sei Ito said with a light sigh, then looked at Kanzaki Kaori and greeted her, "Long time no see. Miss Kanzaki, long time no see." Kanzaki Kaori, who valued righteousness and was polite to everyone, returned the greeting. That, Kanzaki Kaori's face showed an awkward expression that for a long time, but she still couldn't complete the sentence she wanted to say. "Whoa, big sis, are you finally going to thank Ah-chung? I'm guessing it's one of those old lines. It's nothing, it's just, right? Puff puff. Ha ha ha. Do you think you're the white crane in the fairy tale?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu on the side knew Kanzaki Kaori better and directly teased her with a joking tone. No. Kanzaki Kaori's cheeks turned red as she tried to defend herself. Why say so much? In any case, won't Big Sister be naked in the end? Tsuchimikado Motoharu continued to tease with a smile. Naked? Ito-sei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Kanzaki Kaori's body without hiding his surprise. What do you mean strip naked? Who would do such a thing? Kanzaki Kaori's face was full of anger as she retorted loudly. Oh, or do you want to repay? Willing to wear anything? What a sacrifice! Tsuchimikado Motoharu did not care about Kanzaki Kaori's attack at all. He continued to narrate the contents of his imagination. Shut your mouth. It's all because of your misdirection that things became so complicated. Finally, Kanzaki Kaori couldn't take it anymore and yelled at Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Although you're not naked, but I can see that you're wearing clothes that make people's hearts beat hot. I don't mind either, Ito-sei said with a smile, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Make people's hearts beat hot. Kanzaki Kaori's face turned red as she muttered to herself. Ha 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 ha. Actually, you can also choose to lie on Big Sis's knee. Let Big Sis, who is full of maternal instincts, help you pick your ears. Or you can ask Big Sister to help you make a small and cute handmade bento that doesn't match her image at all. Tsuchimikado Motoharu suggested with a playful expression. Not bad. Sei Ito rubbed his chin as he looked at Kanzaki Kaori and nodded. Tsuchimikado, although I don't really understand. But if you stay here, it will only make things more complicated. So, can I ask you to leave? Kanzaki Kaori first took a deep breath to calm her messy thoughts, then turned to Chimikado Motoharu and requested, "Ah, you want to be alone with him? What do you want to do?" "It can't be." Chimikado Motoharu's eyes lit up as he looked at Kanzaki Kaori. Then the topic changed, making people speechless. Could it be that Big Sis prepared some special gift and secretly gave it to Ah-chung? "Sorry, I didn't notice. I'm too slow." "No, please don't guess and feel embarrassed," Kanzaki Kaori said helplessly. Could it be that there's something I can't imagine? It really makes people curious. What will Big Sis do?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu seemed to have fallen into his own world as he muttered to himself. "Enough, don't say any more. Quickly disappear." Kanzaki Kaori closed her eyes and roared. Tsuchimikado Motoharu felt that he was done messing around. He turned around and walked to the connecting door between the rooftop and the staircase. He stepped into the staircase and casually closed the iron door. He laughed as he gradually went away. With Tsuchimikado Motoharu's departure, the entire rooftop quieted down. "Miss Kanzaki, could it be that you really came to thank me?" After a few seconds of silence, Ito looked at Kanzaki Kaori and asked, "Yes, I've always been a troublemaker. Especially you. There have been several times where you've been burdened by my relationship with you. Each time I felt quite guilty. Not to mention this time, it wasn't just me who gave you trouble, but all of us from the Amakusa group." Because of Tsuchimikado Motoharu's messing around, Kanzaki Kaori gradually relaxed and looked at Ito with a serious face. "Are you sure you want to thank me?" Ito stepped closer to Kanzaki Kaori and asked. "Yes." Kanzaki Kaori confirmed. "Any request?" Ito asked. "As long as I can do it." Kanzaki Kaori took a deep breath and said, "Then what if I say I want to stay by your side?" At this time, Ito-sei was already standing in front of Kanzaki Kaori. He could clearly smell the fragrance of Kanzaki Kaori's body. He looked straight into her eyes and said, "Ah." Kanzaki Kaori stared blankly at first. Then her cheeks slightly flushed as she exclaimed, "If you want to thank me, then stay by my side." Taking advantage of Kanzaki Kaori's slight panic, Ito-sei stretched out his hand and gently caressed her face. "Sorry." Kanzaki Kaori recovered from the slight heat on her cheeks and quickly distanced herself from Ito. She lightly sighed and shook her head. You should change your request. Didn't you say anything you can do as long as you can do it? You can definitely do it. Why don't you agree?" Ito raised an eyebrow and said. Kanzaki Kaori really didn't know how to answer this question, so she could only stand there silently with a complicated expression. Similarly, Ito also silently stood there, quietly looking at Kanzaki Kaori, waiting for her answer. "You should change your request. I really can't agree to this." After a moment, Kanzaki Kaori lightly sighed. "Then forget it. I only want this condition." Ito shook his head with a regretful expression. After saying that, without waiting for Kanzaki Kaori's response, he turned around and walked to the door. Under the gaze of the hesitant Kanzaki Kaori, he opened the iron door and disappeared from the stairwell. After leaving Kanzaki Kaori's building, Ito first went to Haruki Miyama's apartment to see Last Work, who stayed there for the night. Then he chatted with Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Haruki Miyama for a while before leaving Haruki Miyama's apartment. After having lunch at a nearby fast food restaurant, he returned to a certain high school on time to spend the afternoon class. After the afternoon class, Ito once again went to Haruki Miyama's apartment to pick up Last Work and return to his own dormitory with her. After being separated for a day, Inticus and Last Work missed each other, and the three cats, Sphinx, quickly got together again. After that, peace was restored. There were no sorcerers who broke into Academy City to look for trouble, nor were there any members of the Roman Orthodox Church who came to block the door when they heard that he stole Asola. Everything went smoothly for more than 10 days. During this period, the battle for the wreckage that should have happened did not happen because Ito-sei took it away as soon as he entered the magic forbidden world. This allowed Shiroi Kuriko and Takeda Danshi to live through the 14th day of September safely. Unlike in the original work, One was injured and hospitalized, while the other's personality collapsed and caused her ability to go berserk. In the end, she had to rely on the negative legacy of the underworld to use her ability. On this day, the 19th of September, in a large stadium in Academy City, a sweet girl with long blonde hair and starry eyes, wearing a sports uniform, and a boy with a hedgehog head stood on two high platforms. He was wearing a black student uniform pants, a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a pattern of rising sun on the chest, and a long-sleeved shirt hanging on his back like a cloak. They represented the students behind them and made an oath to the teachers standing on the high platform in front of them. We will. The boy's voice was domineering and loud, while the girl's voice was soft and low. Follow the spirit of the athletes and use the dreams and hot-bloodedness of us young people to actively participate in this great Tyrant Star Festival. Say Ito, who was standing on the outside with Inticus, chuckled as he watched the two people on the high platform. Tisk, so this is the 7th Great Tyrant and the 5th Great Tyrant, Shokuho Kaori. Interesting. Chapter 879. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato and Nickfany for their tips. Eternal Fetters. At this point, Slayer Jumba's surprised voice was heard. What's the next phrase? Then, Slayer Junba ignored the script and directly said with his own will, regardless of the eternal fetters, let us bet on our indomitable perseverance. Let us fully display the results of our daily training. Let those without perseverance see the majesty of our perseverance. In order to inject a strong belief into this conference, at this point, Slayer Junba drew his right fist to his waist and assumed a stance of accumulating power. At the same time, a powerful airflow spread out from the Plank Warlord, blowing the flags in the hands of the flag bearers on both sides. I swear, no matter how difficult the obstacles are, no matter how arduous the journey is, we will display our indomitable spirit and overcome all obstacles. After saying that, the Plank Warrior fiercely punched into the sky. A strong explosion immediately erupted under the feet of the students standing behind him, sending the unprepared students flying. The opening ceremony is over. A teacher who hosted the opening ceremony sighed and announced, the Great Tyrant Star Festival was a large-scale sports event held in Academy City that lasted 7 days every year. Unlike other sports events, the Great Tyrant Star Festival was attended by all the students of Academy City. The entire competition was broadcasted to the world by approved TV stations. At the same time, Academy City was open to the general public. And the most unique thing was that all the events were based on the competition between aptitude users. After the opening ceremony ended, Ito patted Index beside him and said, let's go. Then, he led Index to catch up with Last Work, who was walking not far in front of them with a happy expression on her face. After a while, the three of them arrive at a rest area provided for tourists to rest. Hello, Miss Fong Chuan Kikyo. Ito led Index and Last Work to one of the tables. Sitting there was a woman who looked to be about 25 years old. A female researcher with short black hair, wearing blue jeans, a lavender round-neck t-shirt, and a relatively clean white coat, sat at the round table. She looked a little slovenly. You are. Fong Chuan Kikyo, who was drinking a glass of juice, looked up at Ito in confusion. I'm the one who called you yesterday and asked to meet you here. My name is Ito. Ito reached out to Fong Chuan Kikyo and smiled. Hello. Fong Chuan Kikyo shook Ito's hand gently. Then, he asked straightforwardly, may I know why you are looking for me? Miss Fong Chuan. I'm sure you're familiar with her. Ito first pulled out a chair for Index and Last Work to sit down, then sat down opposite Fong Chuan Kikyo. He pointed at Last Work and said, if you want to talk to me about that project, I'm sorry, but I'm no longer taking over this project. You should find someone else. Fong Chuan Kikyo turned to look at Last Work, who was looking left and right. Then, she looked back at Ito and said firmly, Sei Ito didn't mind Fang Chuan Kikyo's rejection. He explained with a smile, Miss Fang Chuan, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to get anything from you, but to ask you for a favor. Oh. Yoshikawa Kikyo looked at Ito Sei with a puzzled expression. He wanted to know what Ito Sei needed him to do. Here's the thing. I'd like to ask Miss Fang Chuan to take care of the two of them for the next 7 days. Ito Sei said as he looked at Inticus and the restless last work, who were sitting quietly on the side drinking a box of juice and looking at the pedestrians in the distance. Ah Chung, are you saying that you're going to hand me over to this woman? Indix, who seemed absent-minded, immediately turned his head and stared at Sei Ito with puffed cheeks. He had been paying attention to the conversation between the two. It's not what you think. What I mean is that during the 7 days of the Great Tyrant Star Festival, I'll ask Miss Fang Chuan to take care of the two of you. I don't want the two of you to be affected by my competition. Sei Ito looked at Indix and explained softly. How will we be affected? Inticus asked in confusion. For example, what if you and Last Work get hungry while I'm participating in a competition? Sei Ito asked with a smile, using Indix's desire for food as a precondition. We could buy food ourselves. Misaka reminded loudly. Last Work said loudly as she looked at Sei Ito. That's a good idea if it's any other time, but not during the Great Tyrant Star Festival. Sei Ito shook his head and rejected the idea. He then explained to Last Work. You should know that during the Great Tyrant Star Festival, there will be a large number of outsiders in Academy City. I don't know if some of them have other intentions toward Academy City or you and Indix. I'm worried about letting the two of you do whatever you want. Oh, Misaka can clearly feel Ah Cheng's concern, and she's very happy right now. Last Work replied with a happy smile. Seeing that Indix didn't object, Sei Ito looked at Fang Chuan Kikyo again and said, That's why I'll have to trouble you, Miss Fang Chuan. Why me? Fang Chuan Kikyo put the empty cup back on the round table in front of her and looked at Sei Ito calmly. Because you're the best choice for Last Work. Also, you're good friend with my school's PE teacher, Eiki Yamagawa, and you're worthy of my trust. Sei Ito looked back at Fang Chuan Kikyo and answered. It seems like I can't reject you, even if it's for Aiki-chan's sake. Fang Chuan Kikyo sighed. Thank you, Miss Fang Chuan, Sei Ito said with a smile. He had basically confirmed that Fang Chuan Kikyo had agreed. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a bank card wrapped in a white piece of paper. He pushed it to Fang Chuan Kikyo and continued. Indix and the Last Work have special identities. I'm not sure if you'll be in danger in the next 7 days. This piece of paper has my phone number and the phone numbers of a few other aptitude users written on it. If you're in danger, you can call us for help. As for this bank card, it's used to pay for Inticus and the Last Work. Of course, if Miss Fang Chuan sees something that interests you, you can use the money in this card to buy it. Just take it as a gift from me. You don't have to be polite. Ito Sei continued. I understand. Fang Chuan Kikyo didn't refuse. She took the bank card and the paper and put it in the pocket of her white lab coat. Then, there was a strange silence between the four of them. It was then broken by Sei Ito again. Miss Fang Chuan, I heard that you're unemployed? Sei Ito asked casually. Although she didn't help Last Work destroy 2 research institutes, her reputation was ruined. She couldn't stay in the research circle anymore, and she wasn't accepted by other research institutes. However, with the end of the Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan, Fang Chuan Kikyo was indeed affected. She was temporarily unemployed at home and lived a decadent life like an old leftover woman. Yes, although she didn't know why Sei Ito asked, Fang Chuan Kikyo didn't mind. Fang Chuan Kikyo didn't think there was anything shameful about being unemployed, so she admitted it. Then she asked jokingly, What? Do you want to introduce me to a job? Although she said that, Fang Chuan Kikyo didn't think that Sei Ito could really find her a job. After all, on the surface, Ito Sei's identity was just a high school student with a poor financial situation. Except for the fact that he somehow got together with the final product and was followed by a little nun who seemed to be a religious person, there was nothing special about him. However, Sei Ito's answer surprised her. There's a job I want to introduce you to, but I don't know if Miss Fanchuan is willing. Seito chuckled. Oh, Fanchuan Kikyo, who was curious about the job that Seito mentioned, made a sound full of doubts. I want to hire Mr. Fanchuan to be Lastwork's private nursing researcher to check her physical condition, just in case something happens to her, Seito said straightforwardly. You? Fanchuan Kikyo looked at Seito in surprise. Yes, me, Seito said proudly. Okay, let's not talk about the work location and equipment. Let's talk about my salary. How much are you going to pay me? Fanchuan Kikyo asked with a funny expression. It won't be lower than the salary that the research organization paid you before. Besides, there are other benefits that I can provide. Seito didn't care about Fanchuan Kikyo's expression and answered seriously. Benefits? Can you tell me what they are? Fanchuan Kikyo asked with interest. For example, the breast enhancement potion that is definitely effective. Seito looked down. He looked at Fanchuan Kikyo's flat chest and said, Chung. Before Fanchuan Kikyo could say anything, Inticus called out with a gloomy expression, Chung. Of course, there's no hurry. Just tell me your choice after the Great Tyrant's Star Ceremony, Ito-sei said, smiling awkwardly at Inticus. Okay, I'll think about it during this time, Fanchuan Kikyo answered. Inticus, last work from now on, you two will work together with Ms. Fanchuan. I'll go to school to participate in the competition. I'll come to you after it's over, Seito said to Inticus and last work. I'll leave the rest to you, Ms. Fanchuan. Seito stood up from his seat and looked down at Fanchuan Kikyo. Okay, Fanchuan Kikyo answered. Seito then rubbed Inticus and Lastwork's heads gently. Then he walked away from the round table and walked towards the competition venue of a certain high school. The meeting place Seito chose was close to the venue of the first competition, so it didn't take long for Seito to arrive at the preparation area of a certain high school. Wow, isn't it better to be early than to be here at the right time? I can see such a beautiful scenery as soon as I arrive. It's great. Itosei walked to where the students of Class 7 were. He looked at the yellow checkered underwear under the sports uniform. Itosei's body was drenched by the rubber hose because of the incident. Bastard, you're late. Fanchuan Kikyo said to Seito angrily as he pulled up the zipper of his jacket and ignored Fanchuan Kikyo, who was being scolded. The competition hasn't started yet, Seito said with an indifferent shrug. Don't you need to prepare before the competition starts? Fanchuan Kikyo said unhappily as she took out a box of calcium milk from her jacket pocket. I don't think there's anything to prepare, right? Seito said as he tilted his head and looked at Fanchuan Kikyo. Then, as if he could see through her, he stared at her chest and continued. If it's an incentive program like the one just now, I definitely won't miss it. You bunch of boys, do you only have breasts in your head? Because his hand was too strong, he squashed the calcium milk in the carton and said loudly. Obviously, the reason why she didn't use violence against Seito was because the calcium milk had become Fanchuan Kikyo's temporary target to vent her anger. It allowed her to calm down a little. It can't be helped. It's a man's nature to chase after a woman's body. It's programmed at the genetic level. It can't be changed just because you want it. And from what I feel, I think it's good. Seito laughed. Seems like Ah Chung, you're also a kindred spirit. Blue-haired earrings said excitedly to Seito, as if she had discovered the new world. TSK, I'm different from you who even put shotas in your hunting range. I'm only interested in normal girls. Seito said. You too. Fanchuan Kikyo growled as the blood vessels in her forehead throbbed. Then, she quickly rushed in front of Seito and blue-haired earrings. She grabbed their necks and slammed them against the wall, creating two irregular dents. Get ready, Fanchuan Kikyo ordered as she let go of her hands. Yes, blue-haired earrings and Seito replied in unison. At the same time, Seito thought to himself, worthy of the title Iron Wall Girl. Just her arm strength alone is enough to crush a LV3 physical ability user. At this moment, a faint but clear conversation came from the other side of the wall. Chapter 880. That's why I admit that our school's equipment and teaching content are not complete enough. But that's our fault. The students did nothing wrong. Holding a cheering ball made of pink silk bags in both hands, Tsukyong Xiaoming, who was wearing a cheerleading uniform, appeared in front of Ito Sei and blue-haired earrings, who came over to take a look after hearing the sound. She waved her arms and said excitedly to the man in a dark blue suit with a pair of glasses on his face, standing in front of her. He looked like a scum of the society. Oomph. Isn't the lack of equipment also because your student qualifications are too low? If there are any results, the board of directors will also increase the funding. Hee, a school like yours that produces trash shouldn't be able to pass the application, right? The cultured man raised his hand and pushed the glasses on his face as he looked down at Mo Xiaoming and said sarcastically. Then he changed the topic and continued, I heard about it, teacher. I heard that your class's final ability test results last semester were very bad, right? It must be very hard to manage so many failed products. Students don't have any success or failure. They only have their own personalities. Everyone is working very hard. How? How can we abandon them for our own benefits? Mo Xiaoming's eyes were filled with tears as she argued. Is this an excuse to hide your lack of ability? Ha ha. Your opinion is really ambitious. Do you want me to wake you up in reality? Let the elite class that I've nurtured beat up your Xing things until they're black and blue. The competition held here is the wooden stick competition, right? As a competition school, I want to give you a piece of advice. I hope you do your warm-up exercises properly so that no one gets hurt later. The cultured man said jokingly. You, Mo Xiaoming said angrily. Last time, you made me look bad in front of everyone. This time I'm going to make you pay for it in the arena broadcasted by the world. We'll be a bit gentler, but if your failed products are too weak, then I don't know. The cultured man said mockingly. Hearing this, Sei Ito and blue hair earrings basically understood. It was nothing more than Yueyong Xiaoming refuting the refined man's theory or research results in a certain society, held last year, causing the refined man to lose face. As a result, he developed resentment towards Yueyong Xiaoming, who was purely acting from the perspective of a student and did not consider the cause and effect of the matter. This time, it just so happened that the class team, led by Yueyong Xiaoming, had become his opponent. He was prepared to ruthlessly make Year 1 Class 7 suffer a crushing defeat in order to achieve his goal of humiliating Yueyong Xiaoming. The reason he came here to look for Moonyong Xiaoming was to taunt her before the match. He also wanted to see Yueyong Xiaoming's expression of despair and helplessness. After saying that, the refined man ignored the disappointed Yueyong Xiaoming and laughed complacently as he turned around and left. It's not like that. Yueyong Xiaoming, who was standing still, lowered her head. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she said in a trembling voice, "They aren't trash, right?" Sei Ito, who heard everything, looked at blue hair earrings and blue hair earrings, then turned around to look behind them. However, they did not know when, but all the students in the class had gathered behind them. He stood there with a silent expression. All right, you all heard it, right? Just now, everyone was complaining about how they were bored and exhausted. As the male class monitor, blue hair earrings looked at everyone with a rare, serious expression and said, Now, I'll ask again. Do you all really not want to win? With Yueyong Xiaoming's matter as motivation, all the students were shocked after blue hair earrings finished speaking. They looked at blue hair earrings as if they were ready to die. They looked like they were ready to listen to blue hair earrings' orders at any time. Blue hair earrings turned around and looked at blue hair earrings in the team and said, Hairdresser, you arrange it. Okay. Hairdresser agreed without hesitation. Then he walked to the middle of the crowd and arranged the battle strategy for the wooden stick wrench competition under the gaze of all the students. In the heavy atmosphere, the time for the wooden stick wrench competition finally arrived. The so-called wooden stick wrench competition was a common competition in the military camp to snatch the military flag. However, compared to the competition in the military camp, the wooden stick wrench competition was directly divided into two teams, one attacking and one defending. The defending team had to set up a tall pole behind them. They would use positional warfare to welcome the attacking team's challenge. It would only end when one of the two teams was completely wiped out, admitted defeat, or the wooden stick wrench was used. According to Hairdresser's battle strategy, Year 1 Class 7 chose to be the attacking team. After all, in the entire class, other than Sei Ito, who did not directly state his ability level, the strongest ability user in the class was only LV3. Most of the others were LV1 or LV2, and some were even incompetent. Compared to the team led by Gentle Guy, whose ability level was around LV2 or LV3, the difference was too big. As the competition began, Sei Ito, Kamijidangma, Blue Hair Earrings, Tsuchimikado Motoru, Hairdresser, and the other high school's Year 1 Class 7 and another high school's class led by Gentle Guy appeared on the competition field. They stood 80 meters apart from each other. The moment the two sides stood in place, the first row of the defending team members all extended their arms. They launched a superpower attack at the students of Year 1 Class 7 that rushed towards them. In an instant, a large amount of lightning, fire, water balls, psychokinesis, or other long-range attacks landed in the middle of Year 1 Class 7's team. The sand that was specially watered to prevent dust from flying into the air created holes of varying depths. At the same time, a large amount of heavy sand flew up from the holes and formed a gray fog that covered the students of Year 1 Class 7. The intense battle made the spectators on both sides immediately excited as they cheered loudly. 10 minutes later, under the efforts of everyone, Ito Sei and Tsuchimikado Motohuru, as well as Kamijitoma, this shit-stirring stick, Year 1 Class 7 won the wooden stick competition. Although in terms of the result, almost all of the students had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. Why does everyone have to work so hard? If everyone doesn't have fun at the Great Tyrant Star Festival, then it's meaningless. Winning or losing isn't important at all. Teacher is not happy at all when she sees everyone injured like this. Tsuchimikado Xiaoming, who changed back to her usual pink dress, stood at the contestants' passage with a medical kit in her hand. She looked at the students who were walking back together with each other with tears in her eyes. It was just that the students, who didn't care about the injuries at all, seemed to have discussed it beforehand. They didn't explain to Tsuchimikado Xiaoming, who was crying, and they scattered in twos and threes. Japanese school life is quite interesting. It seems that it's a pity that I chose to skip a grade and stay at home to study. Sei Ito also left the crowd and walked toward Inticus, the last work, and his temporary guardian, Yoshikawa Kikyo. But at this moment, a woman who was about 7 meters tall, wearing a dark gray work uniform, with blonde hair that seemed to have been carefully curled, and holding a long wooden board about 5 meters long and 70 centimeters wide, tightly wrapped in a beige cloth in her right arm, completely attracted his attention. That's Oriana Thompson with the title Tracking and Blocking. Seito's eyes followed the blonde woman as she walked. Then he turned around and quickly chased after the blonde woman. Since the other party might be Oriana Thompson with the title Tracking and Blocking, Sei Ito's tracking method was naturally more careful and secretive. He completely concealed his aura and diverted his gaze to avoid attracting the other party's attention. Then, he cleverly followed Oriana Thompson by stepping on her blind spots. Halfway through, Sei Ito saw that the crowd around him was getting smaller and smaller. Afraid of attracting Oriana Thompson's attention, he turned around again. He took out his mobile phone and opened a map of the surrounding area, while quickly circling to Oriana Thompson's path. Then, he switched the screen of his mobile phone to a match and pretended to be a young man who wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. Coincidentally, he bumped into Oriana Thompson. After taking a step back, Sei Ito raised his head and looked at Oriana Thompson. Oriana Thompson had fair skin like most Westerners, but unlike them, the pores on her skin weren't thick. On the contrary, they were very delicate and didn't have thick hair that affected her vision. Her blue eyes exuded a dazzling aura and a somewhat lazy temperament. The most eye-catching thing was that the work clothes she wore only had a buckle at the chest area to restrain her full breasts, leaving her abdomen and navel directly exposed to the air. At the same time, the buckle and belt of Oriana Thompson's work uniform weren't properly fastened, revealing a portion of her abdomen and her Apollo's belt on both sides. She looked like she was taking it off, but she wasn't. It was very tempting. Gulp. Seito pretended to be a young man who was being seduced. He stared at Oriana Thompson's exposed chest and abdomen and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm really not used to so many people. Does it hurt anywhere? Oriana Thompson placed her free left hand in front of her and closed one eye. She apologized in fluent Japanese with an embarrassed tone. No, it's nothing. Seito, who seemed to have just recovered from his shock, quickly shook his head and said. Then he glanced at Oriana Thompson, who was holding a square board, and asked curiously, Are you working? Yes, I'm working. If it's okay with you, little brother, I'll leave for a while. Oriana Thompson smiled. Chapter 881. Can I know your name and contact information? Seito pretended to be shy and looked at Oriana Thompson. Do you want to pursue this, big sister? Oriana Thompson looked at Seito with interest and smiled. Seito made his face flush with blood, using his martial arts chi and blood. He pretended to be shy and blushed, not daring to speak. Little brother, you're so funny. Oriana Thompson saw this and smiled charmingly. Then she walked up to Seito and said softly, As compensation for bumping into you, it's better to kiss. Oh, really? Can I? Seito confirmed with a look of disbelief. Sure. Oriana Thompson put her hand on Seito's face and said softly. Then she slowly leaned forward and put her head in front of Seito, who was pretending to be an innocent boy and swallowing his saliva, and kissed him on the lips. Seeing such a good opportunity in front of him, Ito-sei was unwilling to give up. He immediately stretched out his hands and hugged Oriana Thompson's waist. He pretended to stick out his tongue clumsily and put it into Oriana Thompson's mouth, entangling with her tongue. Oriana Thompson did not refuse. Instead, she took the initiative to tease Seito's tongue as if she was teaching him. Seito's fake kissing skill gradually became skillful. Wow, so intense. A female student who saw the two kissing exclaimed, That woman has such a great figure. I feel like that person is me. A male student said with envy and jealousy. The students in Academy City are so open-minded. This was the sigh of a tourist who came to visit Academy City. So romantic. A girl who was infatuated with men said longingly. All kinds of onlookers inside. Little brother, you're really passionate. Even I, your big sister, am a little excited. After a short while, Oriana Thompson, who had separated from Seito, licked her lips gently as though she was savoring the aftertaste. Then he said regretfully, But it's a pity. All right, let go of big sister. Big sister, I'm going to work. Oriana Thompson said with a gentle smile as she looked at Seito, who still had his arms around her waist. I want to know your name and contact information. Seito mustered up his courage and asked again. Elder sister, I'm Oriana. As for my contact information, I can't give it to you. Oriana Thompson said in a coquettish voice. Can I? Seito said regretfully. Yes. No. Oriana Thompson's tone was firm. Then she slightly exerted her arm on Seito's chest, trying to push Seito away so that she could continue with her work. Sensing that there were other people around, Seito didn't insist. He let go of her arm and took a step back, allowing Oriana Thompson to regain her freedom. See you again, little brother. Oriana Thompson said in a coquettish voice. Then she turned around and continued walking along the street. Seito, who was in disguise, first stood still and stared at Oriana Thompson's back for a moment. Then his face suddenly turned firm and he quickly followed her. Since it was a disguise, he naturally didn't need to use the previous tracking technique. Instead, he needed to let Oriana Thompson know that he was following her. In the beginning, Oriana Thompson still followed her usual pace and walked forward slowly. But after passing a fork in the road, Oriana Thompson suddenly turned around and ran away quickly. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately quickened his pace and chased after her at a speed slightly faster than normal people. But this speed was too slow for Oriana Thompson, who had been escaping from others' pursuit for many years. Soon, Oriana Thompson used her exquisite technique of escaping from others' pursuit for many years to open up a large distance between them. She was about to disappear from his sight. At this moment, Seito's face suddenly revealed an anxious look. He then released psychokinesis to wrap around his body. With the enhancement of psychokinesis, he burst out with a speed far beyond that of ordinary people and quickly chased after Oriana Thompson. With the enhancement of psychokinesis, the distance between the two was quickly shortened again. Oriana Thompson, who was running in front, turned her head and looked at Sei Ito, who was still following her relentlessly. Then, she sped up and ran forward. In a short while, she rushed to a place that looked like a workshop warehouse. Standing outside the warehouse, Sei Ito frowned as he looked at the building in front of him. Then, he stepped into the warehouse with a determined look on his face. Not long after he stepped into the warehouse, he stepped on a certain ground line. A ball of air rotating at high speed like a raisin gun suddenly appeared in midair and shot straight at Sei Ito's body. Ito Sei, who deliberately showed a flustered look on his face, jumped and dodged the attack route of the airball. But before he could settle down, he was hit by a huge explosion. Another ball of air pierced through the air and shot at Sei Ito like a cannonball. Bang! Sei Ito, who had been prepared, opened his hand and formed a psychokinesis barrier the size of an ancient shield on the surface of his hand, blocking the airball to one side. Then, Sei Ito's face hardened. He gritted his teeth and continued to rush into the warehouse. Following Sei Ito's breakthrough, airballs, ice balls, hedgehog balls made of iron sand, invisible wind blades, explosive attacks, and other magical attacks continuously attacked Sei Ito. Fortunately, Sei Ito was prepared for this. Although he still had to pretend to be an infatuated young man on the surface, he did not add much trouble to Sei Ito. After deliberately suffering 2 superficial wounds, he broke through the magical trap set up by Oriana Thompson in the warehouse and broke through to the periphery of the warehouse. Following that, Ito Sei took out his cell phone and connected it to the hover circuit. He didn't control it and only used his authority to access the surveillance footage in the hover circuit to lock onto Oriana Thompson's whereabouts. Soon, Oriana Thompson's figure appeared on the screen of Sei Ito's mobile phone again. After confirming the direction, Sei Ito directly enhanced his body with psychokinesis and chased after Oriana Thompson at a high speed. Oriana Thompson might not have expected Sei Ito to have such a way to find her. So after thinking that she had shaken Sei Ito off, she slowed down again and wandered around the streets. In this way, Sei Ito directly gave a chance to chase and ambush her. Then, he suddenly rushed out of his hiding place on a deserted street and appeared in front of Oriana Thompson. He stretched out his body and hugged her waist tightly in his arms. Oriana Thompson was startled when she found that she was suddenly hugged by someone. When she saw who was hugging her, her eyes turned cold. However, she still wore an enchanting smile on her face as she said to Ito Sei, who was burying his head in her cleavage, "Oh, little brother, you've caught up with me again. It seems that you're not an ordinary student. Compared to you, Oriana, I'm still far behind." Smelling the fragrance of Oriana Thompson and savoring the softness between her breasts, Sei Ito, who did not raise his head, said in a muffled voice. Then he once again activated psychokinesis to envelop himself in Oriana Thompson, taking her to the rooftop of the tallest building on the side. At the moment when they landed, a dark blue ball wrapped in a white gas cover suddenly appeared behind Sei Ito and flew towards the back of his head. Bang! Ito Sei didn't even turn his head. His arms were still holding Oriana Thompson tightly. Ito Sei, who was looking up at her, didn't even move his body. He spread out a telekinetic barrier behind him, blocking the sudden sneak attack outside his body. "Oriana, I won't let you go," Ito said with a serious look. "Alas, I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing." Oriana Thompson sighed with a speechless look. Then, with a solemn look, she bent her knee towards Ito's vital part. Sensing Oriana Thompson's movement, Ito raised his left leg together with Oriana Thompson's raised leg, forming a wall and blocking that knee strike. Seeing that her knee strike was blocked, Oriana Thompson bent her arms and pushed outwards as if she were putting her hands on her waist, trying to push open the arms that were hugging her body. However, she obviously underestimated the strength of Ito's arms. At the moment when she tried to push herself up, she felt that his two arms were like two steel bars, tightly wrapping around her body. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move them at all. Feeling that things were getting a little tricky, Oriana Thompson frowned and used this opportunity to punch Ito's abdomen. Bang! In an instant, there was a muffled sound. The huge recoil immediately caused Oriana Thompson's wrists to ache. She involuntarily withdrew her fists and opened them. "Little brother, who are you?" Ordinary students don't have such powerful combat strength. Oriana Thompson stared coldly into Ito's eyes and asked. Being hugged at such close range, she couldn't use magic to counterattack, and her close-range attacks were ineffective. "My name is Ito. I'm a superpower user," Ito replied with a chuckle. "Ito." Oriana Thompson frowned slightly. She repeated the name as if she had heard it before. "Oriana, surrender." Ito stared quietly into Oriana Thompson's blue eyes and said calmly, "Surrender? Let me think about it." Oriana Thompson tilted her head and replied. Then, she frowned as if she was seriously considering it. Chapter 882. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Instakill Potato, and Nickfinny for your tips. The next moment, Oriana Thompson, who was frowning in thought, suddenly jumped. Her legs wrapped tightly around Ito's body like two steel whips, causing Ito's body to fall backward. Under normal circumstances, when a person fell forward with their face down, unless they had absolute willpower to control their body, almost all humans would instinctively extend their hands to the ground to cushion the impact on their face. In this way, Ito's hands would loosen, giving Oriana Thompson the opportunity to escape from the shackles and regain her freedom to fight or retreat. However, Ito had long known that Oriana Thompson would not surrender so easily, so he had been quite vigilant against her. Therefore, when Oriana Thompson launched her counterattack, he was not surprised at all. He directly used psychokinesis to wrap their bodies, forming an invisible cushion behind Oriana Thompson. Bang! Oriana Thompson, who was still tightly held in Ito's arms, fell heavily to the ground. "Big sister, are you impatient? Since there's no one else around, let's have a naked party here," Ito, who was pressing on Oriana Thompson, said softly with a smile. Then, without waiting for Oriana Thompson's response, he lowered his head and buried his head in Oriana Thompson's chest. He used his lips to unfasten her plump breasts, which were only restrained by a buckle, completely exposing them to the air. Then, he chose one of the rosy cherries and opened his mouth to tease her. "Little brother, so you won't play with big sister? You should have said so earlier. It's not like big sister won't agree." Oriana Thompson's eyes were cold, but she still had a seductive smile on her face as she said softly, "But little brother, if you hug big sister like this, big sister can't cooperate with you." Oriana Thompson continued with a seductive voice. "It doesn't matter. As long as I'm here, it's fine." Ito spat out the cherry and looked up. He looked at Oriana Thompson's beautiful face and said. Then, he split his psychokinesis into several tentacles and wrapped them around Oriana Thompson's wrists, pinning her to the ground. Sensing the feeling from her wrists and ankles, Oriana Thompson's expression changed slightly. However, she didn't say anything. She still had a seductive expression on her face as she smiled at Ito. Sei Ito, who had restrained Oriana Thompson with his telepathic tentacles, released his arms and sat on Oriana Thompson's flat abdomen that was completely exposed to the air. So beautiful. Sei Ito looked at Oriana Thompson with admiration. Big sister feels very uncomfortable like this. Little brother, can you really bear to see your big sister suffer? Oriana Thompson put on a delicate and lovable expression and said, Big sister is really too dangerous for me. Only in this way can I feel a sense of security. So I'm sorry. Sei Ito used his right index finger to slowly draw a line from Oriana Thompson's eyebrows to her nose, mouth, chin, throat, and finally to her chest. He shook his head and said with a smile, Big sister, I'm already in this state. How can I still be in danger? Little brother, you're clearly bullying me. Oriana Thompson complained with a face full of grievances. That's not simple. Sei Ito said as he reached out to grab Oriana Thompson's right hand and snatched the stack of sticky notes from her tightly clenched palm. Oriana Thompson, who felt that she had lost her reliance, finally changed her expression. It was no longer the seductive expression that was feigning civility. Instead, it was replaced by a gloomy face as she stared murderously at Sei Ito, who was sitting on her. Who the hell are you? Oriana Thompson asked coldly. My name is Sei Ito. I'm a superpower user. Sei Ito, who pretended to put the sticky notes into his pocket, but actually kept them in the Rubik's Cube world, chuckled and said, Are all the superpower users in Academy City like you? Forcibly detaining a woman who came to work here for no reason and raping her? Oriana Thompson said with a face full of mockery. Of course not for ordinary people, but for you? Or are you really here to work? Not a terrorist who sneaked into Academy City with ulterior motives? With both hands tightly holding Oriana Thompson's exposed twin peaks, he changed the way he teased and kneaded while asking with a sneer, What evidence do you have to prove that I'm a terrorist? Oriana Thompson endured the strange feeling from her chest and continued to question, Do you still need evidence? Well, I was tracking you just now. The scene in the warehouse wasn't something that an ordinary person could create. Even within Academy City, such a variety of attacks would require the cooperation of several people with different abilities in order to accomplish such a feat, but you're just one person, and you set up that kind of trap in less than a minute. Who would believe you if you say you're an ordinary person? Sei Ito pinched the vermilion holy fruit at the top of the peak with his index finger and thumb and gently pulled outwards. I didn't expect that I, Oriana Thompson, would die in the hands of nobody. After a short silence, Oriana Thompson said, I didn't expect that I, Oriana Thompson, would die in the hands of nobody. After a moment of silence, Oriana Thompson seemed to have completely accepted her fate and said with a face full of self-mockery. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled, leaned down, and kissed Oriana Thompson's neck. He gently sucked. Then, when Oriana Thompson closed her eyes and gave up resisting, he activated his telepathic ability and transmitted his voice into her mind. Oriana, I'm now giving you a chance to fulfill your wish. Do you want it? Hearing Sei Ito's voice, Oriana Thompson immediately opened her eyes and looked blankly at Sei Ito, who was kneading her breasts with one hand and sliding the other hand down the midline of her body. He directly reached into her loosened pants and gently stroked the secret part of her lower body while leaning down and kissing her. I'm using telepathy. You only need to speak in your mind. Sei Ito gently glanced at Oriana Thompson and transmitted his voice. Who the hell are you? Oriana Thompson questioned in her mind. My name is Sei Ito. I'm a superpower user. Sei Ito said in his mind. Then, without waiting for Oriana Thompson's face to show anger, he spoke again. But I'm a little different. I know about the existence of the magical world. At the same time, I'm also the target of some factions in the magical world. Upon hearing this, Oriana Thompson's angry expression paused and turned thoughtful. Then, she asked in her mind, You're the interpreter who stole the book of law, Sei Ito of Osola, Aquina? That's right. Sei Ito's middle finger that was hidden in his pants moved slightly. They entered a dark place that was a little moist and hot. The The sudden strange feeling immediately made Oriana Thompson let out a soft moan. I know your wish. You want the world to be free of conflicts of values. I can give you such a world. But as a condition, from now on, you have to stay by my side and devote yourself to me wholeheartedly, Ito said as he constantly stimulated Oriana Thompson's senses. Can you really give me such a world? Oriana Thompson's cheeks flushed red, perhaps because of the strange feeling in her body or because she heard that her almost impossible wish could be fulfilled. Her breathing quickened slightly as she answered in her mind. As long as you agree to that condition, I can. Saito stuck his head out and kissed Oriana Thompson's lips. As he probed his tongue into her mouth to entangle with hers, he affirmed in his mind, as long as you could do it, I don't mind agreeing to it. Oriana Thompson replied as she went along with Ito's actions. Then, she changed the topic and continued, but before this wish is fulfilled, we can only cooperate. At most, we can be considered as collaborators. Apart from normal actions, you have no right to order me to do anything. Like now, after saying that in her mind, Oriana Thompson's eyes cleared. She bit Ito's tongue and looked at Ito with a chuckle in her eyes. Is this really okay? Although you've been holding it in, I can feel that you're almost in the zone. If you stop now, you'll lose your mind. If you stop now, it'll really become very uncomfortable. Although his tongue was bitten, his hands didn't stop moving. Instead, they were getting louder and louder. Ito chuckled. It doesn't matter. At most, I'll find a place to settle it myself. Oriana Thompson, who was suddenly stimulated by the intense feeling, loosened her mouth. Her breathing quickened as she thought to herself, now, tell me how you plan to fulfill my wish. At this moment, Oriana Thompson's expression turned serious as she ignored the various stimuli coming from her body. She stared into Ito's eyes and asked, because the things involved are too confidential, I can't tell you the specific method now before you're completely mine. But I can assure you that your wish will definitely be fulfilled in the shortest time possible. It'll definitely be much faster and simpler than cooperating with that madwoman from the Roman Orthodox Church, Ito said. It's really hard for me to believe such empty words. At the very least, you have to show me some evidence to make me believe you, Oriana Thompson said with a frown. I'll say it again. Before you're completely mine, I won't tell you any relevant details. If you want to know, you have to give it to me wholeheartedly, Ito said while licking Oriana Thompson's ear. Are you sure you're not trying to trick me into giving myself to you? Oriana Thompson sneered half jokingly and half seriously. Although your body is very tempting, it's not worth the risk for me to tell you my secret. If you don't like it, I can let go now, Ito said and really stopped moving. He quietly looked at Oriana Thompson. Looks like you're not that bad after all, Oriana Thompson said with a sigh of relief. Since I said it, I can definitely do it. As for whether you want to believe it or not, that's your business. Ito slowly pulled out his hand that was hidden in his pants and showed it to Oriana Thompson. But I have to remind you that your whereabouts have been exposed to the eyes of Academy City. Soon, there will be experts coming to hunt you down. If you don't want to be handed over to the British Puritans before your wish is fulfilled and eventually lose your freedom, you'd better leave this place and wait for my next call. Thank you for your reminder, but I still have some doubts about what you said, so I can't leave this place just because of your words. After entering the communication state, Oriana Thompson, who had regained her freedom for the telekinesis shackles, blushed slightly as she reached out to remove Ito's hand that was covered with her body fluid. Do as you wish. I can only tell you that the plan of that religious lunatic Lido Vaya will definitely fail in the end. You'd better watch out, Ito said as he gently pinched Ito on Oriana Thompson's chest again and sat up. Take it. Then, Ito stood up from Oriana Thompson's body and gave her a notebook and an iron plate engraved with the Flying Thunder God's positioning spell. He then said with a double meaning, Don't worry, Miss Oriana, Miss Oriana. Oriana Thompson, who took the notebook and the metal plate, calmly glanced at Ito and nodded almost imperceptibly, indicating that she understood what he meant. I'm sorry, big sister. I was impulsive just now. At this moment, Seito lowered his head in regret and apologized. It's okay. I don't mind. Oriana Thompson, who stopped tidying her clothes and walked to Seito, instantly got into character and said softly, Come, let Big Sister reward you with a kiss of regret and forget about this matter. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Seito's neck, pulled him in front of her, and kissed Seito. After another minute or so of intimate entanglement, the two of them finally parted reluctantly. Okay, Big Sister has to go to work. Bye-bye. Oriana Thompson, who let go of his arms and took a step back, buttoned up her clothes again and wrapped them around her voluptuous breasts. Then, she bent down and picked up the rectangular wooden plank wrapped in beige cloth that had fallen to the side. She jumped down from the edge of the rooftop where she was standing and soon disappeared from Seito's sight. Chapter 883. Seito, who was watching Oriana Thompson disappear, did not stay there for long. He followed Oriana Thompson's example and jumped off the building. When he was half a meter above the ground, he used his psychokinesis to support his body and counteracted the gravitational inertia caused by the fall. He landed on the ground steadily and took out his phone to open the GPS system. Following the information shown on the GPS system, he walked towards Inticus, the last work, and his temporary guardian, Kikyo Yoshikawa. It was already noon, lunchtime. Along the way, all the convenience stores, no matter what they were selling, were filled with people. It was very lively. At this time, a girl with short brown hair wearing a white track and field uniform and red shorts came into Seito's sight. She was looking around. Yo! Seito raised his hand to greet her. Why are you here? Hearing his voice, the girl turned around and asked in surprise. This girl was one of the top 7 LV5 ability users in Academy City. She studied at the famous Tokugawa University and had the nickname of Railgun, Misaka Mikoto. I'm here to look for someone. I didn't expect to see you here. Seito smiled as he stood in front of Misaka Mikoto. He then turned to look at the convenience store that was filled with tourists buying food. What's up? You want to buy something? Yes, but I can't stand it. Everywhere is filled with people. Misaka Mikoto, who also turned to look at the crowd, complained. Isn't this the Great Tyrant Starfall Festival? Just bear with it. It'll go back to normal in a few days. Seito smiled as he looked at Misaka Mikoto. He then asked, You want to buy drinks? Yes. Misaka Mikoto looked at Seito and confirmed. Then wait here. I'll go get the drinks for you. Seito said. Without waiting for Misaka Mikoto's response, he slowly walked towards the convenience store. Misaka Mikoto was stunned as she watched Seito walk to the convenience store and blend into the crowd. At this moment, a flirtatious female voice rang in Misaka Mikoto's ears, attracting her attention. Misaka Mikoto turned around to look at the source of the sound. Her face was filled with disgust as she let out a weird sound that only came from someone who was vomiting. The newcomer was the same as Misaka Mikoto. They were all wearing white sleeveless sports uniforms with Tokugawa's logo printed on the left chest area. There were also red lines on the cuffs and collars, as well as sports shorts with red pockets on both sides of the pants. Unlike Misaka Mikoto, who had no other adornments, not only was her legs wrapped in white lace stockings, but she also wore a pair of white gloves that reached her forearms. She also carried a small branded backpack on her back. Her eyes had the shape of stars in them, and her expression was gentle and charming. She had an elegant temperament and soft golden hair that reached her buttocks, making her exude the aura of a noble young lady from the inside out. Misaka Mikoto, leisurely eating your lunch? The newcomer brushed her hair behind her ear and asked Misaka Mikoto casually, Leisurely? Are you secretly training in a secluded place during lunch break? Misaka Mikoto retorted with an annoyed expression. How is that possible? I used my ability to cancel all the matches in the afternoon. The newcomer said, as if she was showing off. Huh? Misaka Mikoto was stunned as she let out a sound. It's just a match in the morning, and I'm already tired. The newcomer pretended to be weak and said with a smile, You. Misaka Makoto was already unhappy with the newcomer. Misaka Makoto said in a low voice, trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. She could feel the anger in her heart surging out. I'm back. At this moment, Ito Sei, who was holding 10 bottles of various drinks in his arms, came to the two of them and said aloud. With Sei Ito's arrival, the two who were still angry immediately calmed down and looked at Sei Ito. This lady is... Sei Ito looked at the blonde girl. Sei Ito knew the identity of the newcomer and thought to himself, Shokuho Misaki. Shokuho Misaki was the same as Misaka Makoto. She studied at the famous Tokuwadai Middle School and was one of the top 7 espers in Academy City. She was also known as the 5th esper with the ability to control minds. Not only could she read minds, but she could also speak to people from a distance, erase thoughts, increase willpower, reproduce thoughts, transplant emotions, etc. She could control all mental phenomena. Her ability was like a Swiss Army knife. Same level student, so I am. Misaka Makoto placed her right hand on her waist and raised her left hand into a fist. She pointed at Shokuho Misaki with her thumb and said. Sei Ito glanced at Misaka Makoto and Shokuho Misaki's chest and nodded with a smile. So that's how it is. Same level student. Nice to meet you, Ito-san, Shokuho Misaki said softly. She then transformed into a sporty girl and grabbed Misaka Makoto's arm. She raised her left arm and extended her thumb, index finger, and middle finger with her palm facing outwards. She leaned on Misaka Makoto and raised her left leg. She closed one eye and said cheerfully, I'm Misaka Makoto's good friend, Shokuho Misaki. Nice to meet you. Who's your friend? Misaka Makoto angrily pushed Shokuho Misaki away. Ah, that's scary, Shokuho Misaki exclaimed like a delicate girl. She ran away from Misaka Makoto to Sei Ito's side and grabbed his arm. She used her mind control ability to corrode Sei Ito's mental state and said coquettishly, Misaka Makoto seems to hate me. She's always making love to me, ah? Ito Seiji was hugging Shokuho Misaki tightly, and he could feel the softness of her breasts. Ito Seiji looked at Shokuho Misaki meaningfully and said, You've always been like this to me. Shokuho Misaki's expression changed slightly when she saw Sei Ito's expression. She acted as if nothing happened and continued to act like a delicate girl. Oh, that's right. What's wrong? Shokuho Misaki acted like she didn't mean to provoke Misaka Makoto. As expected, the agitated Misaka Makoto lowered her head and clenched her fists tightly. Sparks of electricity could be seen on her forehead as she growled. We've just met. Don't call me by my name, as if we're on the same wavelength. As she said the last word, a thick bolt of lightning shot out from her body towards Sei Ito and Shokuho Misaki. Ah! Shokuho Misaki cried out and ran away from Sei Ito to pull Sei Ito into her attack path. Ito Seiji, who had been prepared for this, opened a telekinesis barrier in front of him, blocking the thick electric beam outside his body. Goodbye, Misaka-san. Do your best in the esports event with me, okay? Shokuho Misaki turned around and said happily like a good friend, asking for a favor. Watching Shokuho Misaki disappear into the distance, Misaka Makoto's face became even more displeased. She turned around and walked towards Ito Sei, rudely took a few bottles of drinks from him, and walked away without even saying goodbye. Yuri. Ito Sei shook his head and sighed with a smile as he watched Misaka Makoto disappear from his sight. Sei Ito didn't stay any longer and slowly walked towards Index, the last work, and Yoshikawa Kikyo. Misaka Makoto was not far from where Index and the other two were, so Ito Sei soon arrived at a packed fast food restaurant. At one of the tables, Ito Sei found Index, who was eating like a maniac, and Yoshikawa Kikyo and the last work, who were sitting opposite Index. Here you go. Sei Ito walked up to Yoshikawa Kikyo and took out a bottle of drink. Thank you. Yoshikawa Kikyo took the drink and thanked him. Ito Sei smiled and accepted the gratitude. He then continued to distribute the drinks in his hand to Last Work and Inticus, who had temporarily stopped eating because of his arrival. Achung, what took you so long? Indix complained to Sei Ito, who was sitting beside him. I ran into an accident on the way here. I'm sorry, Sei Ito said apologetically. Indix nodded, as he didn't intend to get to the bottom of the matter. He continued to dig into the food on the table. The Last Work, what's wrong? Sei Ito asked as he looked at the absent-minded Last Work. I've just received information that a lower-ranked individual seemed to have been attacked. Her whereabouts are currently unknown. Misaka Makoto explained worriedly. The Last Work looked up at Sei Ito and said, Is that so? It seems like someone is trying to attack the sisters during the Great Tyrant Star Festival. Sei Ito frowned and said thoughtfully. He then smiled and comforted the Last Work. I understand. I'll find a way to investigate the sisters' whereabouts and find out what happened. Okay, Misaka Makoto said excitedly. The Last Work replied happily. Oh yeah, do you know what the missing sister's number is? Seito asked. 10032. Misaka Makoto nodded and said with certainty. Ito-sei nodded and wrote down the number of the other party. Then, he reached out to the waiter and ordered some more food. While chatting with Yoshikawa Kikyo to increase the favorability of each other, he enjoyed the food in front of him. Chapter 884. 20 minutes later, Sei Ito's group of 4 finally finished their meal. The lunch alone cost almost a month's worth of food. You guys keep playing, I'm going to look for the sister that was attacked. Standing outside the fast food restaurant, Ito-sei said to Yoshikawa Kikyo, Inticus, and the Last Work. Ah Chung, I'll go with you. Indix looked at Sei Ito with a serious expression. Don't worry, this matter isn't as complicated as you think. It's just that someone wants to make a move on the sisters. I'll go alone. If you go as well, things might change immediately. Sei Ito knew Indix was worried that this was the work of someone from the magic world, so he gently comforted her. Then be careful, Indix said. Although she was usually very clingy, she never messed up when it came to serious matters. Okay, Sei Ito replied with a smile. Then he nodded at Yoshikawa Kikyo and walked away from Indix and the other two. Soon, he disappeared into the crowded street. Ito-sei's investigation method was very simple. First, he rushed to the last place where 10,032 disappeared according to the information obtained from the Last Work. Then, he took out his mobile phone and activated the browsing authority of the suspension circuit. He mobilized the surveillance images in this area and traced the whereabouts of 10,032. With the hover circuit as his trump card, Sei Ito quickly found the information he wanted. On the screen, the Misaka sister, who was wearing the Tokuwadai girl's school tracksuit and a white safety helmet with the remains of a broken balloon on top, collapsed on the ground. The Misaka sister was like an ordinary person who suddenly had a severe cold or heat stroke. She was short of breath, her cheeks were red, and her consciousness was wavering. On the other side of the screen, a man and a woman appeared beside Misaka's sister, who was lying on the ground. One of them was the one Sei Ito had met before. She also secretly exchanged blows with Shokuho Misaki, who was under the control of the Tokuwadai queen. The other man was between 175 to 8 meters tall. He wore a dark blue suit with a lot of golden threads. His face was gloomy, and he had a big golden head, except for 2 or 3 strands of hair hanging naturally on both sides of his forehead. All of his hair was neatly tucked behind his back. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. This guy, I remember that he was one of the people in charge of the Absolute Ability Project. Yes, in the original work, after Misaka Makoto destroyed 18 research institutes, Amai Aio rushed into the office in a panic. Sei Ito frowned and recalled as he looked at the man who was squatting beside Misaka Makoto. In the video, after the man said a few words to Shokuho Misaki, he carried the unconscious Misaka's sister in his arms and left with Shokuho Misaki. He walked to a street not far away from Ito-sei's current location, opened a boxcar parked by the side of the road, and placed Misaka's sister inside. Shokuho Misaki and the man got into the car and the driver's seat respectively. They started the car and drove away. After tracking the car with a hover circuit for a while, the car carrying Misaka's sister, number 10032, finally stopped in School District 2, inside a huge building called Siren House. Seeing this, Idose logged out of the hover circuit, turned off his phone, and rushed to School District 2, which was right next to School District 7. He was ready to break into the artificial room to rescue Misaka's sister, number 10032. By taking the driverless bus and running at high speed with psychokinesis, it took Idose more than 20 minutes to finally arrive at the talent room building in the second school district. Itsunari, who didn't intend to go through the front door, used his psychokinesis and flew into the air. He then invaded the interior of the artificial room through a half-opened window. His feet didn't touch the ground. Just like that, it floated in the air about 5 centimeters above the ground and headed in a random direction. Perhaps because there were a lot of staff in the building during the day, the Siren House building was mostly closed except for the basic alarm system. Most of the alarms were shut down and replaced by patrolling guards. It's just that it's too time-consuming to search for the Misaka sister floor by floor. So Sei Ito took the opportunity to knock out a researcher who was alone. He used the Yamanaka family's secret jutsu to read the researcher's mind. Not good. Someone actually invaded the building. At the same time, on the other side, Shokuho Misaki, who was chatting with the blonde man, suddenly had a change in expression. She said anxiously, "Hurry up and drive me to the Siren House." Shokuho Misaki ordered the man in front of her. The man didn't resist. He just nodded and took Shokuho Misaki to the underground parking lot. He got into the car and started the engine. The tires screeched as they left the parking lot and rushed to the Siren House in School District 2. "There's nothing." Sei Ito frowned as he finished reading the researcher's mind. Then, he hid the researcher and floated out from the corner again, wandering around the artificial room to search. But this time, Sei Ito noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Not only were the patrolling guards armed with weapons, but even the researchers were like mobile eyes, looking around as if they were searching for something. And what Sei Ito noticed the most was that whether it was the patrolling guards or the researchers, everyone's expression was stiff, and there was a strange, star-shaped pattern in their eyes. Are they under Shokuho Misaki's control? What a big deal. She changed the minds of all the researchers in the Siren House and made them her subordinates. So this is Shokuho Misaki's secret base. Sei Ito thought as he observed the researchers' movements. But this also explains why I couldn't find any information about Misaka's sister or even Shokuho Misaki herself in the researchers' memories. With Shokuho Misaki personally erasing her memories, if I can still find her, I'll probably be Academy City's LV6. Then, Idose restrained his mind and used a special step to hide himself in the staff's blind spot, creating a physical illusion of invisibility. He began to search the building in a stupid way. The Siren House is a famous research institute in Academy City. Its original purpose was to train the students of Academy City to become the Prime Minister, Minister, top scientist, teacher, master artist, and so on. But this changed after the researchers came into contact with Shokuho Misaki's ability. Instead of spending time and effort to train future talents, they believed that it would be better to study how to make other people have Shokuho Misaki's ability to control people's minds. Then, they could use this ability on specific people to quickly train the top talents in various industries, thus achieving the goal of having the world's top talents come out of the workshop. While researching Shokuho Misaki's abilities, they managed to create a brainwave defense helmet that could block Shokuho Misaki's mind control. However, they still underestimated Shokuho Misaki's ability to control people's minds. In order to test Shokuho Misaki's ability, she deliberately used the researchers under her control as undercover puppets to secretly destroy part of the brainwave defense helmet's function, allowing Shokuho Misaki to control them without them noticing. So in the end, the famous talent room was completely under Shokuho Misaki's control, and under her ingenious manipulation, entered a state of semi-stagnation. Could it be that she's not on the lower floor, but on the top floor? Seito frowned. He had already entered the underground part of the building, but he still couldn't find Misaka's sister 10032. Ding! With a soft sound, the closed elevator door slowly opened to both sides. An extremely empty room with only two thick tubes emitting green fluorescent light came into Itosei's sight. That's F*King ridiculous. Itosei walked out of the elevator and looked at the two thick tubular columns. He couldn't help but sigh. Inside the two thick tubular columns, a pair of moderately proportioned left and right hemispheres that looked like giant brain specimens were housed inside the two columns filled with dark green liquid. They were connected by a dozen slender tubes of varying thickness and suspended in the middle of the tubular body. It's disgusting, isn't it? At this moment, a frivolous voice suddenly sounded in Itosei's ears. Shokuha Misaki, who had not changed her appearance, walked out from the shadows behind the tubes and looked at Sei Ito with a smile. It's not disgusting, it's just too exaggerated. Sei Ito looked at Shokuha Misaki and shook his head. Do you want to know where they came from? Shokuha Misaki, who was 3 meters away from Sei Ito, looked at the giant brain inside the tube and asked. Without waiting for Sei Ito's answer, she explained. It's called Exterior, a product of the Exterior Project. It's a product of the Exterior Project. It's a product of the Exterior Project. It has the same brainwave frequency as me, and it can greatly increase my abilities. Shokuha Misaki turned around and looked at Itosei with a meaningful smile on her face. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.